Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. We're going to move to appearances. We have both appearances tonight before the board meeting and before the committee of the whole. And we have some folks who wanted to weigh in on the comprehensive plan. We had given copies of almost all of the appearances to all of you because some of them came with long letters but did not want to appear, and I wanted to make sure you had the copies of the letters, etc. There should be a letter from John Skapansky. He has a request that it be read aloud, so I will do that. It says, once again, we're in the midst of periodic revisions to the DeForest Comprehensive Plan. As one who has enjoyed that process a number of times in the past 40 years, I commend you and envy your efforts. I understand that one of the sections of the plan that is currently under discussion is the Housing and Neighborhoods chapter. While the theme of recent boards seemed to have been the creation of an exclusive higher end community, I recommend that you give more thought to diversification of available housing. Remember that a diverse community also includes high-density, multifamily, and affordable housing units. Some analysis shows that we are not meeting the housing needs of our workforce. The DeForest Area School District has students each year who are in transition. This and other hidden factors, such as homelessness, must be taken into consideration when making decisions about housing. Considering the current average home value in DeForest, it is difficult for prospective buyers to find smaller houses, let's say under 200,000. There are not enough rentals in DeForest. There is support for apartments with average rents. Neighborhoods and subdivisions comprised of larger, more expensive homes are not balanced by multifamily dwellings. There are not enough housing options for older residents. The community survey revealed that 87% of residents surveyed support affordable senior housing. Many seniors move to a condo when they sell their house. It is a problem when there is a long wait for an opening. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some input. Congratulations on the new comprehensive plan. John Skapansky, 732 DeForest Street, DeForest, Wisconsin, 53532. We have also a no appearance from Crystal Tatis. And she has also asked to have this read. My name is Crystal Tatis, a new community social worker for DeForest. I'm writing to express my thoughts about the lack of affordable housing in DeForest and Windsor. I have worked remotely in my position since June 2020. In my role, I have quickly discovered that the current rental properties in DeForest, Windsor are expensive, and when residents have to move, they're not able to find affordable housing in the area. Residents and community stakeholders have reached out to me to ask if I know of any landlords that have openings and openings that fall within the 750 to 950 range. Most residents do not want to move to Madison or surrounding communities, but prefer to remain in the DeForest Windsor area and continue to benefit from the communities that they have grown to enjoy and raise their families. I'm also a member of the DeForest Area Needs Network Board, and we recently increased the grant amount given to individuals seeking rental support from $700 to $1,400 because the previous $700 grant does not reflect the current and rising prices of rent in DeForest. The board felt that the increased grant will provide a more realistic element of support and impact towards helping an individual or family pay at least a month's rent if they are experiencing financial hardship. Furthermore, home ownership is a definite benefit to those who can afford it and an aspirational goal for those who would like to be a homeowner. However, not everybody will be able to access home ownership in the DeForest Windsor areas. There's a lack of affordable single-family housing, and the cost to buy land and or build a home has significantly increased. So the focus should not only be on the development of single-family homes, as this does not meet the demand for individuals priced out of home ownership markets. To meet the demand for affordable housing, options should include housing for first-time home owners and provide some income-based rental units for its senior citizens, high school graduates, and the working class. These options should be varied and dispersed across all areas of each city, not just in the undesirable parts or on the outskirts of the city. These housing options should include townhouses, condominiums, duplex units, apartment complexes, both large and small, to possibly home rentals in order to have a varied rental pool for residents to choose from that supports access to local amenities with each locale. It's impressive that the DeForest Windsor community recognizes the shortage of affordable housing as indicated in the February 24th, 2021 housing supply and demand analysis. The two villages have provided land development approvals authorizing 1,185 multiple family units, including apartment units intended for rental occupancy and condominium and senior housing units in 3+ unit buildings. Since these units have not been built yet, the villages now have the opportunity to be innovative in its approach to developing housing that reflects the income level of all residents, not just the young professionals who can afford the increased rents. The Forest and Windsor communities should work to retain and attract valuable community members that live and work in these areas and build with a purpose a vibrant, stable community. Thank you, Crystal Tatis, community social worker, 110 South Stevenson Street, DeForest, Wisconsin. And the name of the organization is Joining Forces for Family.
Excuse me, Jane, could I please remind everybody to speak into the microphones so that they can be heard on Zoom? We're having a hard time.
Okay.
Being heard. Thank you.
Thank you. And Callie, thank you. Lou's not here tonight, and Callie's, this is first time doing a meeting all on her own, so.
Excuse me, madam. Do you have an address?
Yes,
Oh.
it's on her letter. Is Jeff Horn here? Hi, Jeff. Jeff has asked to appear. And Jeff, if you will state your name and your address.
My name is Jeffrey Horn. I live at 639 Eagle Watch Drive in DeForest. First, I'd like to congratulate you and those who preceded you on this board for what has been an unmitigated success. Planning that's centered on quiet neighborhoods, top schools, parks and trails, and business opportunities. The goal, your stated goal, of growing the good life clearly worked. This is evidenced by this chart that you have in your comprehensive plan. It indicates that there's a 74% increase in property values in DeForest in just the last 5 years. That compares to 25% increase in Dane County and only 45 to 55% in the surrounding communities of Waunakee and Windsor and Sun Prairie. Clearly, DeForest policies around a housing mix favoring decent, safe housing and neighborhoods aim towards a mix that favors single family and high values housing has been successful. People have voted with their pocketbooks. They're willing to pay a premium to move to this community and to continue paying that premium to stay in this community. Quiet neighborhoods, top schools, parks and trails, and business opportunities. This is DeForest's recipe for success. The proposed new plan wants to mess with this recipe by adding affordable to the terms decent and safe. To some extent, however, this is futile for DeForest because of our siting right near the interstate just north of Madison. People are willing to pay a premium to move here and live here. So demand will continue to outstrip supply and prices will continue to exceed the definition of affordable put forward in your plan. The only way to force housing to be more affordable is to decrease its quality, attractiveness, decency, or safety. And of course, this violates the other stated goals in the plan. This is what the proposed plan does, however, indicating that DeForest should create higher density housing. Higher density housing puts pressure on the school system, messing with the top schools part of this recipe for success. It increases taxes to educate the children of the influx of people packed into this high density housing. It'll quickly make things less affordable by making apartment owners pay higher taxes and the rents rise. again, making them unaffordable in very short order. To top this, the plan mentions using tax incremental financing to get around this, essentially giving tax breaks to property owners and developers of high-density housing. This essentially shifts costs of all this expansion to the existing property owners of DeForest. Many of these folks are retired after investing in their homes for years. You're making these villagers housing much less affordable by requiring that they subsidize this expansion in high-density housing. Higher density housing will also lead to more safety concerns. EMT, fire, and police will be stretched, and existing neighborhoods will become less safe, less quiet. Again, messing with the recipe for success that we've enjoyed here for the last 10+ years. This will lead to higher taxes, both for the school and village, to support safety workers and teachers and new infrastructure. This will be paid for, of course, on the backs of those who have invested in DeForest by owning their homes here and paying taxes here for 5, 10, 20 or more years. Those are the people who the proposed comprehensive plan inelegantly calls boomers. Realize these people have much, sometimes nearly all, of their net worth tied up in their homes here in DeForest. Yes, they've seen appreciation in their property value over that time, but asking them to pay for changes that ultimately slow the increase of the value of their homes or even decrease the values of their homes due to the erosion of our quiet neighborhoods and our top schools, all making it less affordable for them to live here, is unfair. I urge you to embrace slower, steady growth in housing, favoring single family and higher value housing in a plan that you adopt for the village neighborhoods and housing. I urge you to maintain quiet neighborhoods and top schools as the overriding goal. Thank you. I could give you a copy. I do have it, but it doesn't have my name on it, so you'd have to add that. Or, okay. Sure, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
The housing comp plan, have a section that we're looking at presently. Have you looked at that?
Yes, I have.
Do you think that reflects the survey that was done last fall? Do you think that reflects the housing policy that's presented in this plan?
I don't, and I think for this reason. The survey asked whether people would prefer to have high-end housing, affordable housing, or low-income housing. Or it was average housing, I think. And I think most people, they might know if they live in luxury or low-end housing, but most people, no matter when they bought their house, even if it's appreciated greatly in value and may now be hard for them to afford if they'd bought it now, they see that as average or normal housing. So they're gonna say, yes, I'd like more of like what I had 10 years ago or 20 years ago when I moved here. They're not really going by the very technical definition of affordable housing that is given in the comprehensive plan. Affordable housing being, the median, or workable housing being 60% of the median income. The other thing I think that really needs to be brought up is that when you develop any developments that you get, once they're out of TIF, where you might have some ways to leverage who can live there and requirements, once that goes away, the housing prices are going to go up to whatever the market will bear. You can't fight the market by just passing things. After a time, the market's going to cause those houses to be unaffordable by your definition as well. Because you have this is an ideally situated community. We're in like a perfect spot. We have that advantage over Sun Prairie or Wanakee. We're right on the I-94 corridor, right into Madison, right there. It's a perfect place for people to move out here who want to work there. And because of that, you're going to constantly have this pressure. You're going to also have this pressure at the higher densities. You're going to have people constantly coming up here to live here so they can go work there, which is going to just cause more and more demand. Those are going to be just as hard to get into. You're going to essentially create a magnet to do that.
When in the survey, did you see anything, questions about whether the residents would support using TIF funding of any kind or government assistance? And if they would approve of that or not?
Well, here's something though. Uh, I don't require seeing that if they've actually, how they've responded on a survey. But it's one thing to use TIF funding for something that's going to actually produce a positive, a net income stream or something neutral. Here in a high density housing situation, if you're funding that with the TIF incentives, with tax incremental funding, you're essentially creating something that's going to be a drag financially on the community. You're going to have to increase your EMT, your fire, and your police much more significantly than you would if you had a more spread out, slower developed community. You're going to have this huge influx of a large number of people, and you're going to be essentially incentivizing that or paying for it on the backs of the other people in the community because you're giving tax breaks there.
Thank you.
Sure.
Nice meeting you for this.
Thank you.
With that, we appreciate I'm sorry, Abby.
Yeah, sorry. Try to ask them quick because there might be other people that want to speak. One question I have is you talked about how you thought residents were interpreting the questions in the survey. And I was wondering how you came to your interpretation of their interpretation.
How I came, I must say that I've talked to just a few of my neighbors around the survey, like probably a representative sample of eight to 10 neighbors, just in my very, like one house over from me and maybe a house out from there, whoever, I actually had relationships with, and that is how they saw it. I think that in surveys, wording makes a lot of difference. And I think if it presented them very specifically with what affordable housing meant, and then asked the question, it would have been much better than to say, do you support affordable housing? Clearly, everyone wants affordable housing, but the question is affordable to who and how is that arrived at? And what does that mean? And you have a very technical definition of affordable housing in the comprehensive plan. I don't think that people were aware of that when asked the question, do you favor affordable housing?
Okay, and then my other question is, you shared a lot of opinions on, how different things would affect the village with residential development if our current drafted housing neighborhoods chapter, just assuming that it would be approved as is how it is now. Do you have background in residential development that helped you come to those conclusions or opinions?
I have some coursework. My background's in data science and data analysis, so I don't have direct information there. I do have background in economics and some civics from undergrad. So I'm aware of some of the issues.
Okay, Abby, were those your questions? Do you have more? Okay. All right, we'll keep moving. I also wanted to note that Adam and Jennifer Hannock were not going to appear tonight, but they wanted to register in support of the comprehensive plan and specifically the housing and neighborhood chapter draft. So we have, I think, all of the appearances before tonight. Did anyone else register or is here want to appear before Cal? If not, we will move on to Mark and Mark's presentation. Tonight, we, in an effort to kind of focus our review on the comprehensive plan, we have moved it to Cal so that we are not feeling the pressure on getting some of our other business done at our village board meeting. I think the presentation tonight will help build a context and a better understanding of why we plan and how we plan. Some of you who attended P&Z have seen parts of this presentation already, so we appreciate your patience and hope that it will provide further clarification. I also wanted to note as we go into this and when we get back to our housing and neighborhood chapter, for folks to understand that we took a survey, but we also gathered data in many, many other ways. We interviewed employers, we had community meetings, we gathered data and trends. So the survey was a portion of our information, and I don't want anyone to think that everything was based on one survey. So when we get back to the housing and neighborhood chapter, we will run through some of the data collection process that went on. Thank you. Mark?
You are in fact real people. It's nice to see you. So as Jane suggested, I think it would be a good time to kind of take a step back and a breath and to kind of get an underpinning or foundation for planning, why we plan, and what some of the standards and requirements are on us to plan before we get back into the fire on any particular chapter or provision in the plan. So this, as Jane mentioned, was a presentation we gave at P&Z. And in fact, before the pandemic, we do this on an annual basis with P&Z to talk about their roles and plans and how it all kind of fits together. So we modified it a little bit since we are in the heart of this comprehensive planning process. So I'm going to talk a little bit about planning in Wisconsin. We have a foundation. Every state has a different set of planning laws that guide what we need to do. We'll talk a little bit about DeForest and its planning work. And then your role as, at least as village board versus P&Z's role in implementing plans and preparing them. So why do we do planning in the first place? Some of the reasons are to lay out a preferred vision for future growth and community character, to create a vision of what you want to be 10 years, 20 years from now. Another reason is to manage growth so it doesn't occur in a haphazard or inefficient way. You know, we're growing in areas that have utilities rather than miles away, and that can be efficiently served by public and other services going forward. Another reason for community planning is to make sure that while the community does grow, you preserve the things that are special to you: open spaces, parks, recreational opportunities for the community. One of the big challenges with community planning is to balance the strong ethic and private property rights versus the community interest in land use. And I see this push and pull happening all the time on different projects and different issues like housing, for instance. So that's a big part of community planning and reasons for it. It provides a framework for growth, in particular for housing and economic development growth. And related to that, it provides a basis, a defensible decision-making structure for land development decisions, rezonings, conditional use permits, and other aspects of community growth. We're guided in Wisconsin by authorizing legislation that actually suggests that thou shalt plan. If you regulate land use, you have to have a comprehensive plan in place, and you have to update it once, at least every 10 years. And then furthermore, when you make decisions as a board on rezoning land or amending certain ordinances like zoning and subdivision ordinances, those amendments have to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, not just the future land use map that I have up on screen, but all 80 pages or 100 pages of the plan document. And then beyond that, the village has decided, past boards have decided, that we want to also make sure that things like conditional use permits and subdivision plats are consistent with the plan too. So there are village ordinances that say those kind of things have to be consistent with the plan. So that's the law, and the fact that the plan is important, and we should be having community debate and discussion about it. In Wisconsin, the state law requires 9 different plan elements. They generally coincide with and kind of relate to different chapters within the plan document. You see them, I box them in under the umbrella on the screen. We're right now focused on the housing, economic development, and issues chapters, or similarly named chapters. But there are 6 others that together make the comprehensive plan. So it's more than just about housing policy. It's more than just about land use and what future zoning ought to be, but it covers the various aspects of the kind of physical growth and development of the community. The statute also lays out what each of those 9 elements should include. And you can look at the statute and review it yourself as well. I got the reference on the screen. And since housing has been such a hot topic recently, I thought I'd take some clips from the statute as to what the housing element requires us to do as a local unit of government. It requires us to to include programs to provide an adequate supply of housing to meet existing and forecasted demand. And as Jane suggested, we've done a lot of work recently to estimate what that future demand may be. It requires that the plan include policies and programs to promote the development of housing for residents with, quote, all persons of all income levels. And so that is a state standard that we need to follow to a degree in the comprehensive plan. And then finally, the housing chapter authorizing legislation says that we need to promote the availability of land for development of and redevelopment of housing for low and moderate income folks. So that's sort of the underpinning, and how we carry those mandates out is largely up to us, because the statute doesn't provide a recipe book for how to do it or what precisely each community does, recognizing that every community in the state has a different character, flavor, size, position relative to other communities that will enable it to do certain things and not others. Recognizing that there was a gap there. The law, by the way, has been in place for about 30 years now, 30 plus years. It was adopted by the legislature and signed by Tommy Thompson back in 1999. The legislation, though, doesn't tell municipalities how to prepare each element or provide sort of best practices. Recognizing that gap, the state DOA, which has managed the comprehensive planning program, has assembled different policy guides and brought in experts to help put those together over the years. And again, if you want to learn more, you can click on that link and that'll get you to the various policy guides. And so each guide provides some of that substance as to, what strategies might you look towards to actually implement those requirements in the statute, not just for the housing chapter, but for the other 8 chapters as well. And again, I picked on housing because, again, it is a hot topic here. So I was pleased to see that the housing policy guide has actually been updated recently. It was just updated last year. I think it was originally prepared maybe 15 years ago. And again, you can take a look at some of the strategies and ideas that could be carried out depending on community size, capability, position, et cetera. It does lay out a set of suggested steps and then provides guidance within each of those steps to carry out the element. And I think we're sort of on track with this, designing and organizing the planning team, establishing a vision, doing needs assessments to identify quantitatively where the needs might be for existing residents, workforce, folks at different income levels and ages. And I know the board has been presented this information. It's on the webpage to review as well. And then more than that, then we're trying to figure out, well, what does it mean? What does it mean for us? And how do we then take that data and information and prepare specific goals, actions, and implementation strategies to achieve the kinds of things that are in the statute that the state has suggested we look at. Again, with regard to the statute, it does mandate public participation in the process. It doesn't say how to do it. The only specific step it says that you have to do is hold a public hearing near the end of the process. That's often before the village board. Sometimes it's before a joint meeting of plan commission and the board. But in any case, the plan has to be recommended by the commission and approved by you at the end. This relates to new plans, updates to plans. If you have an amendment to a plan that might affect a particular property, and I think we're going to be seeing one in the next month or two that falls under that category. The process is laid out in the statute. So, the interplay between the board and the Planning and Zoning Commission is important to try to get the two bodies to common understanding and agreement as to what the plan ought to include. That's my summary of what the state is, kind of the state structure, the underpinning for planning locally. And I'm happy to sort of take a breath and pause and see if anyone has any questions on that before I launch into what DeForest has done with planning.
Are there any questions for Mark? Abby?
Just one came up while you were speaking about state statute providing housing for all income levels, ages, and special needs. I don't know if you happen to know, the reasoning for that, including in there, if it's just, related to the goals of the governor and the state legislature at that time, or is it specifically tied to like federal legislation, like the Fair Housing Act, or I don't know if you know anything about that. But.
I was around doing planning at the time, and so I know that there was a coalition of folks all the way from environmentalists to real estate interests that got together and working through a group called Thousand Friends of Wisconsin, advanced the legislation through the legislature and ultimately the governor's desk. So there was, with respect to housing, I would, I know that the real estate interests and others were interested in making sure that the plan provided and allowed for a range of housing types to fulfill the demand that they were seeing and how they were selling or renting the houses that they were building or apartments they were building to rent out. Had, places that would accommodate them, municipalities that would allow them. And so that was, I think, a clear wish of the real estate community. And that if a plan said, we're going to allow 40% of our housing units to be this, or we're going to allow apartments to be there, that they could reasonably rely on that plan before they invested in the community. So, I mean, there were a lot of other peoples and forces at play, but that was just one set of interests that I knew what their interests were when they got involved in the legislation.
And you said like around 1994?
It was adopted in 99.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking like early 90s is when the Americans with Disabilities Act passed. So I wonder if that kind of movement tied in as well. So.
Well, there was a lot of reasons why people, I think, got involved and wanted to essentially mandate planning in Wisconsin. I think there was a lot of unevenness in terms of what communities did or didn't do with planning. There were plans that were put in place and never implemented or looked at after they were adopted. There were other communities without plans at all. And so I think there was just a desire to kind of create a uniform structure for planning in Wisconsin and having them matter more than they did before then.
Good. Anybody else? Jim?
Mark, you were talking about different state statutes, and there's one that I know of, and I've talked to you before about the traditional neighborhoods, I think it's called.
Mhm.
And then when you hit a certain population, it kicks in. I guess that's the only one I know of. I just wonder if you want to speak of it, or is there other things that we should be aware of as our community continues to grow that we're going to hit into different kind of zoning or different kind of statutes?
So that what you're describing, Jim, is part of the comprehensive planning statute that was adopted in 1999. And it said that once a community reaches a certain population, and that's 12,500 people, that they have to have a zoning district or approach in place that allows traditional neighborhood development. That's not unlike what you see around Conservancy Commons Park and other places in the community where you have front porches, you have houses close to the street, you maybe have a mix of uses in the neighborhood. So DeForest will be coming up on that number sometime in the 2020s. And we're decently positioned, but don't have technically that district written into the zoning ordinance yet. There is another requirement that's going to kick in, adopted more recently, pushed extensively by the real estate community. And that is if you exceed 10,000, which once the census data finally gets released, it'll show that we are over 10,000. There has to be an annual housing report that identifies fees, impediments, opportunities to promote more housing within the community and what things are maybe preventing it from happening. So probably at the end of this year or next year, DeForest will have its first housing study of that type. I think the good news is we have a lot of the data to fill in the blanks on that. It won't be a huge additional effort, but those are two that come immediately to mind and focus on the kind of the housing and neighborhoods thing that we're up to. But there are other pieces of legislation that affect comprehensive planning and planning urban service areas and other things that we could talk for a long time about, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's 66-1001. I'm very familiar with it. I ran for state assembly in 2004 because of this and the caucus scandal. So I'm pretty schooled on it to some degree. It doesn't say we need to provide financing to accomplish this, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't indicate what strategies you need to take out to carry out those goals.
Okay, and then it says promote low-income housing, but it doesn't require us to do that, correct?
It requires you to do everything that's on the screen here.
Okay. Is there a penalty for non-compliance?
There is no enforcement agent. You can talk to our village attorney to see what the penalty would be. I guess it would be someone filing a suit against you.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, we'll move on.
Some of these slides are repeats, but bear with me if you've seen these before. So DeForest has a plan, has had a plan for a number of years. It's been updated at least once every 10 years. It's guided by a broad vision. The statement that's currently in the current version of the plan is on screen right there. The comp plan identifies development areas over the next 20 years. It includes a land use plan to guide future community growth and zoning decisions, and it provides a foundation for more detailed work that the village does. The current comprehensive plan has a map that shows potential future growth areas. The blue line on this map is actually the DeForest, Windsor, and Vienna future urban development area where sewer development is anticipated over the ensuing 20 years. The gold areas in the south end will eventually be annexed to DeForest under the Burke agreement that included other units of government as well. And the pink areas on this map used to be the annexation limits of DeForest into Vienna. But there's no agreement anymore with Vienna, so there's no limit on annexation into Vienna. But these are the broad outlines and information that's included in the plan that provides some structure to where, in particular, the village could expand. Within those broad outlines, the comprehensive plan provides some detailed recommendations as to what types of land use may be appropriate in what areas. And so this future land use map, the page I look at the most, the page most people look at the most, guides future decisions on annexation, on rezoning, subdivision and redevelopment decisions. It divides the village and its future growth area into different categories of future use that help determine where different things might happen. And so each of the colors represent a different type of land use. So pink is a recommendation for future commercial. Where we're sitting right now is colored that maroon color on the map, and the plan document provides the policies and recommendations for what you can and can't do within each area. So one of those is the planned neighborhood area that we talked about a lot over the last several weeks and months. And there's a section on that that talks about the housing mix policy and so forth. The future land use map is not the same as the zoning map. The zoning map has to be consistent with the future land use map, but not identical. What does that mean? The zoning map is what we can do with the land today. So if a particular piece of property is zoned residential and someone comes and asks for a building permit for a house from Brandy, she'll give them a building permit for that house. The plan might suggest that in the future, we would entertain rezoning requests on that property for commercial. But Brandy can't say, I'm sorry, the future plan says commercial. I'm not going to give you a permit for what it's currently zoned. So the plan guides decision-making on what properties could be, while the zoning guides what you can do with land today. And I could give you other examples, but that is the difference between the two, and that's why we have the two. The comprehensive plan has other components to it. Future transportation and community facilities map. This shows where future roads, for instance, may go to serve new development areas. So when we look at individual subdivision proposals, we'll take a look at this and say, hey, we've got an idea for a road that's supposed to go north-south or east-west through your property. Please accommodate that as part of your proposal. There's other components of the comprehensive plan as it exists today. It provides a broad framework for economic development, the housing mix policy, as I mentioned, and some specific things that were hot topics maybe in 2015. There are more detailed plans that DeForest has. Some of them are and have been incorporated as part of the comprehensive plan, even though they're a separate book or document. The park and open space plan is one of those. Others have not. Boundary agreements certainly guide and provide a planning element to us as to where the village provides utility services, for instance, and where other municipalities might do that kind of thing. There are different studies around the utilities. They are plans for growth. Again, the idea is to serve the future land use pattern and projected development. Urban service area plans are another thing that we work with and conditions of those plans. So when we have a new development area that's poised to grow, the area around Fleet Farm is our most recent example. We go as a municipality to the Regional Planning Commission and essentially ask them to expand that blue line out to encompass that area so we can legally provide sewer and water services. Oftentimes there's a long list of conditions that the village needs to continually follow that are applied by CARPC and the DNR. And then there's tax incremental district project plans. You've talked a lot about those, but those are certainly detailed plans that are intended to carry out the vision of future land use that you saw on the map and the economic development and other visions within the comprehensive plan document. That's my overview of the plans that we have in place right now. Again, I'll take a pause and see if there are any questions or comments.
Questions, Rebecca?
Thank you. Good overview. I did have a question on that last map before you were talking about the land use.
Mhm.
You had a chart there.
Sure.
Yeah,
Is it this one or?
no, the next one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you notice in that downtown area, it's got the darker, there, now when I was looking at this information before, it looked like that was being identified as potential, or is it already identified, zoned, whatever, for high density housing and stuff? Do
Well,
you have any idea, or is that just like an example of what it could be?
So it's a great example that you brought up because I've got the next page. And this is the level of detail it gets into. It says downtown, and then it describes what it is. And in this particular case, doesn't talk particularly about density, but says, look at the B1 zoning requirements. That's our downtown business district. And off the top of my head, this is why we have it written down. I don't know what the maximum density is in the downtown district. I do also know that there have been particular sites, certain sites that have been, identified as potential locations for housing or mixed use downtown. The areas around the intersection of North and Main are good examples of areas that have been slated for potential redevelopment, but have not yet redeveloped. And in that case, the the plan, at the current plan at least, talks in terms of we might see a 3-story building on this site or a 4-story building. It doesn't go higher than that. But the last thing I want to do is speculate as to what a document says when I don't have the document in front of me. And so I'm happy to get back to you with specifics on that, but that's my general answer.
Yeah, I would like to have a little bit more specifics on that as you're able to. I'm just curious to see what has already been done in that area versus what is potentially being proposed for that area. Thank you.
Very good. And I will just say, working with the CDA and the redevelopment plan, we'll have a great opportunity to get into that in
Yes,
depth.
thank you.
Other questions, Bill?
Have we defined what is downtown?
The plan map has a downtown classification. I wish I could zoom in. I just don't have that capability now. And it does have a delimitation north to Veterans Park, south to about Chase Lumber.
And why is Market Street down to Chase Lumber included? Well, it's down to Murray Street.
Why is it or isn't it?
Why is it?
Um,
It's half residential, half Chase.
Yep. So that's a good example of what the plan will allow versus what the current zoning and land use is. The plan will allow conversion of those residences or even redevelopment of Chase if they so choose for something different, namely commercial development or mixed use development.
So we could be tearing down those houses and putting up shops and things like that?
The property owners could propose to do that, and the village plan generally supports that.
Okay, because currently there was a home bakery in one of those buildings, and they leapfrogged to another business or a home type of thing, and it worked out well. But that's with the existing home. Some people along there are afraid we're going to come along and want to tell them to hit the road and build a office building or something like that. It's happened before 20 years ago with our downtown. So people are kind of leery. People that have lived here a long time.
Very good.
Any other questions? Abby?
Oh, just a comment to that. I can't speak for anybody else but myself, but any of those people, I would say, can reach out to me. I would love to talk to them more about any concerns that they have or share my perspective on issues. And I definitely, in terms of comprehensive plan or just our growth into the future, would only want to do things that are in the best interests of our community and talk to the different stakeholders. And I trust our board and our village staff to be very respectful of the community as well. But if you wanted to share with them that I'm another trustee that they could talk to, that's basically what I'm saying.
Thank you. And Colleen?
Maybe I'm wrong, Mark, but I was under the impression that when we talk about residents in these older neighborhoods, we don't just come in and start bulldozing, that they request to be redone or to be part of the redevelopment?
Yeah, I'm
Is that
not
not-
aware of the village in my time here, and I've been working here for 16 years, telling someone they had to leave or their house was going to get knocked down. It's not a very popular way to approach things. What usually happens is that a private entity in a redevelopment setting accumulates land, and they make the proposal as to what they want to do with the land and work with the current occupants if they're renters.
Okay, I just wanted to verify
But
that. I was-
yeah, it doesn't happen very often, especially nowadays, that the municipality will kind of level a block, and
So we're not forcing anybody out.
I don't think that you guys ultimately would decide that. So if
Well, I'm not going to force anybody out.
And just to add to the comment about why Market Street, the historic downtown of DeForest was Market Street, Commerce Street, Main Street, Holum Street. back in the day. And, you know, it has continued that way. And with the lumber company, we all know that it used to be a grocery store across from the lumber company, and all of that has changed. So that was kind of always the historic neighborhoods for the old downtown. So, all right. Questions, comments? Otherwise, do you have more, Mark?
I have my last part here. Good that it's my last part. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the tools we have to implement the plan and how you are involved and P&Z is involved in carrying them out. So we've talked quite a bit about this. This is a real skimmy overview, but economic development support is clearly one implementation tool where the market can't pull off a plan on its own. Another tool, and one that's DeForest has been very successful at in parks and trails in particular, and in economic development over the years, is getting grants. And that is a key tool. And frankly, preparing a plan is a big part of getting grants. The trail system that we have, and most everyone loves here in DeForest, was created in large part through grant dollars and grant support, which was created by a vision that the village created through its plans. Capital improvement program, you talk with public services staff, they share information on a 6-year plan for capital improvements. Those are based on where we think we're going to grow in the plan and how quickly. Other tools that you're more familiar with on a day-to-day basis, zoning regulations, subdivision regulations. We have those within certain all areas of the village, and within certain areas of lands outside of the village within the towns, the so-called extraterritorial jurisdiction. We could have another whole day talking about that. Official map is a tool used to kind of lay out a future road network. You saw it on screen before. And just the day-to-day decisions on reviewing development proposals are ways to implement the plan. So what does P&Z do in that regard, and what do you do as a board? Well, especially several years ago, P&Z, the board granted P&Z a little bit more authority to tackle things, and granted staff a little bit more authority to tackle things without having to go up the line. It was part of the streamlining process to promote economic development and bring decisions at the level that they were appropriate in the board's determination. So in that case, the conditional use permit, one example was made a P&Z approval function. So they approved CUPs, special exceptions for signs, certain certified survey maps where there's not land dedication involved. Plan unit developments, this gets confusing, but the Planning and Zoning Commission is the final approval authority on final development plans. That's the stage where you already have the kind of land laid out for a particular general use, and you're just getting down to the details of how it will develop and where trees will be planted and buildings placed. And they also approved some site plans, although that was an area where we delegated some authority, the board did years ago, to staff. So many of the newer industries that you see that have developed here were able to go through the process with just a staff approval. And I can tell you from talking to them, they, first of all, they're flabbergasted that they don't have to go to a public body. And then they're appreciative because it allows them to move quickly and with the certainty that they're not going to get caught in a grinder, frankly. So the zoning administrator has the authority to approve certain site plans, and P&Z approves others based on criteria that are laid out in the ordinance. So, and then the village board has approval authority on various plan implementation tools as well, always with P&Z's recommendation, but you're the buck stops with rezoning of land. So if someone wants to change from a residential to a commercial zoning district, that's your job. When someone wants to change any ordinance really of the village, including those related to land development, it stops here. Whenever someone's dedicating land like a new public road or a park as part of a subdivision plat, that is your job to finally approve and accept on behalf of the village. And then in the PUD process, you're involved in approving amendments to preliminary development plans. Those are the broad planning documents for those PUDs that suggest which opportunities and which areas might be commercial, might be residential, might be mixed use. And then you see the other couple on the screen there that you have that come up on occasion as well. Not all decisions are created equally. They all have different sets of criteria, and you and P&Z have different levels of discretion to say yes and no, depending on what's being asked of you. And that's important to keep in mind and easy to forget. And I'll give, on the left-hand side of this screen, I'll give an example. A final plat. When a final plat comes, the developer's really at the late stages of developing a subdivision. And under state law and village ordinance, it basically says if your final plat's consistent with the preliminary plat, it's consistent with your ordinances, the village has to approve it. So that's the wrong time to say, no, we don't want this development to happen. On the other side of the equation, and where we are now, like with comprehensive planning and what the plan should include, you have a great degree of discretion as to what you want the plan to have in it and what you want it to say. And so having this kind of community discussion and debate and we could do it this way or that way. That's really part of the degree of discretion you have in approval. So I frequently find myself in a feeling like the bad guy, but I have to, especially where on the left side of this chart here, the saying, I'm sorry, they met everything. They crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. You don't have a lot of authority to say no. And then conversely on the right side, it's, there's a lot of discretion there. So this, if I'm going to leave you with anything, I think this particular slide is a good one because some things do come to you with, a lot you can influence and some things with a little bit less. That's my last slide.
Questions on the last segment that he went through? If not, I thank you, Mark. That's helpful for setting the stage as we look at the comprehensive plan going forward. And just to note, we are going to use the committee of the whole meetings as the space, the meeting to review the comprehensive plan, so we can kind of dedicate our committee of the whole meetings for that purpose and still get the other business done that we need to do while we're going through the planning process. So stay tuned, and we will continue to include appearances at committee of the whole for the comprehensive plan purpose. So questions on that or comments? Jim.
So I think it's probably more related to, say, this slide, Mark. It's a bit of a comment, but also a question. So I look at this and you talk about the discretion, high and low. And what I've seen, and I look a little bit at Alan too, I've been doing this for a bit. A lot of the discretion's been taken away with different case law as things went. It's particularly, I think of ETZ, but I know it's happened in subdivision law and stuff too. So that's just sort of a comment I made, but I don't know, is there anything that we should be aware of maybe that might be running through the courts right now that could change discretion?
There's nothing pending that I know of that would have any significant impact on the authority.
Okay.
The two things that have come up in the last, say, 10 years is the courts have slowly nibbled away as to what you can do as a village in saying yes and no to development outside of the village in your extraterritorial jurisdiction, especially just land divisions. So you hit on that. And the second thing they did a couple of years ago is trimmed, I'll say, the discretion that villages and cities have in approving or rejecting conditional use permits. So we have those in mind when we provide advice on those things too.
Abby?
Just a clarifying question, make sure I understand. So you said, at the low discretion side of things, we kind of just have to approve at that point. I guess I'm wondering hypothetically, like if we voted down something that otherwise checked all the boxes, like what happens? Is that a lawsuit or,
That's a legal question.
oh,
Yeah, it's only happened once in the village, and that was probably back in 1991 or 92. And it does generally result in a lawsuit, and the decision gets overturned if it wasn't based on some criteria that's in your existing ordinances or some other requirement of state law.
Rebecca?
So if I'm understanding based on that little exchange, earlier in the process, high discretion, later in the process, when basically everything has been moving along, has been approved as we've been going along, then there's very low discretion.
I think that's a general rule. I think that's true.
Okay.
A lot of developments go through a lot of these different stages. They are identified in a comprehensive plan for this or that development. And then they come forward with rezoning. Or it might be rezoning to PUD zoning district and the preliminary development plan. And then there's a preliminary plat, and then there's a final plat, and then there's a site plan or for developing in that plat. And you're right, each stage you have less ability to say no. And it kind of makes sense that someone is investing a lot of money and more and more and more and more and more money. And they don't want to get to, maximum and 90% investment and have the unit of government say no.
And I don't know if this is a question for you or for you. At what point, and I know it might be a little bit of a gray area there, but about how far into a process would you say you've pretty much lost your discretion?
Well, it depends on the process, that's the sequence of events in the process. If the plat and the rezoning are pursued at the same time, from a temporal standpoint, it's not going to matter. I always look at it as zoning is your strongest control. If you want to say no to something, zoning gives you probably the broadest discretion in terms of saying no. Obviously, even broader than that would be something like annexation. If the land isn't in the village, you can't give them an approval. But in the zoning and land division process, zoning is the biggest hammer that you have to control what goes on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it's 6:04, and the village board meeting was scheduled to start at 6. Mark, thank you. That was helpful information and we appreciate it. What I'd like to do is offer a 3-minute break. 5-minute, Rebecca is saying. Yeah. But then we'll get right back and get started on our board meeting. Oh, good idea. Thank you, guys. We need a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I was looking at Rebecca's anxious face. All right, I'd like to call the village board meeting to order at, what is it, 6:10 PM on June 16th. And I would ask that Callie note the roll. And I would ask Tashidra to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, here we go. I had to get back up on this chair. I have to get it high enough so I can see over. Under announcements, the village board will convene into closed session pursuant to section 19.851E of the Wisconsin statutes for purposes of deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. Tonight, it's discussion of negotiating strategy with respect to development agreements and the provision of tax incremental finance assistance for a prospective golf-related entertainment facility along 909439. Are there any other announcements? All right, we'll move to the consent agenda, which includes the approval of minutes from the June 1, 2021 meeting.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion by Abby. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Colleen. Is there any corrections, edits, or discussion?
Yes.
Rebecca?
Yes, sorry about that. Regarding 8.1 and 8.2, I'm not looking at it right now, but in my notes, I said these were not just on discussion, but rather it was said that we would discuss them at this meeting. And then number 18, it was not that Trustee Witherspoon requested a resolution honoring Abe Degnan, and that you suggested discussing it at the next meeting. It was actually that I asked why the resolution was not on the agenda, and you said for me to actually write the resolution so that we could discuss it this time. So I think that needs to be corrected.
We had a motion by Abby. Were you accepting of that correction?
I apologize. I missed, was there, what was the first correction?
Sure, 8.1 and 8.2, these were not just no discussion, but rather it was said that we would discuss them at this meeting.
I guess I
Basically, we had the presentations and we were supposed to discuss them. And it wasn't that we just didn't have discussion. It was that we said that we were going to discuss them at this meeting. I just think it needs to reflect what actually happened.
I guess that's how we usually put it in the agenda. I guess no, if somebody else wants to make a motion, they can.
So you're rescinding your motion? All right. We have
Yes, I'll make a motion we're approving the consent agenda, right? Not just the minutes. So I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
okay. And we had a second. Do we need it?
If the motion was withdrawn, the second also has to withdraw it or it's still on the floor.
Yeah. So the second was Colleen?
I withdraw my second.
Okay. All right, so,
So can I make a motion to, or I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Sure. and do we have a second to approve the consent agenda?
I will second the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Any further discussion? Bill?
Yeah, I have a problem with item 10.6. Trustees Jim Simpson returned to the board following agenda item 10.6. He never left the meeting in the first place, so I don't know how he could return. The right above 10.6, it says trustee Jim Simpson recused himself from agenda 10.6. This didn't occur until after the vote was taken. I just can't approve the minutes with the wording like that. I would approve it if it just simply says trustee Simpson abstained from voting and go from there. But as it's written, I can't accept that. If there's any questions, Kelly's got it keyed up on the video where it didn't happen. Anybody wants to?
Jim?
I guess I would, as part of my motion, I guess I would accept a friendly to say that I abstained from voting and discussion during that item 10.6.
Okay.
That's fine with me.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second with the friendly Jim?
Yep, so I'm going back to Rebecca's comment. I think it was the two items where it said no discussion. Can you remind me which items those were, Rebecca?
8.1 and 8.2 were related to the introduction and vision chapter, and then the housing and neighborhoods chapter. And it says there was no discussion. It does not reflect that we indicated that we would be discussing it at this meeting, because we did say that.
I would, yes, again, I accept a friendly amendment to change. There was none to, there was no discussion at that meeting, and it would be brought up at the next village board or
Mhm.
committee of the whole meeting.
Would you be willing to discuss 18 also?
Yeah, but first you, sorry, Jim.
I will second what Jim just said, indicating that there was no discussion and it was deferred to this date's committee of the whole meeting.
Thank you.
What was the 18 one, Rebecca?
The other one was where I had brought up at the end of the meeting, requesting or asking why the resolution for Abe was not on here or on there on the agenda. And I was directed by Jane or by Madam President to write up the resolution so that we could discuss it at this on this agenda, but it was not put on.
So I guess what are you asking for?
That it says that I requested the resolution. The resolution had already been requested. I was inquiring why it was not on the agenda. It makes it appear as though that was the first time I requested it, when it was in fact not.
Okay. So I think what I would accept as a friendly is Rebecca questioned why the resolution to honor Abe was not on the agenda.
Fine.
agree with that.
All right, any other edits or comments? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. We're going to move to appearances. Not quite yet. We have Baker Tilly here and we're anxious to hear from you, but we have some community people that we're going to ask to appear first. And I think we have Luke Justman on Zoom.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, Madam President. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're just trying to get your picture up, Luke.
Okie doke.
We're learning our new technology of a hybrid meeting.
Right. Yeah, the hybrid's the hardest part.
Yeah. All right. Luke, do you want to identify yourself and name and give an address for you or your business?
Yeah. My name is Luke Justman. I'm the branch manager here at Old National Bank in DeForest, 601 South Main Street, out here, and right next to Pick and Save. Yeah, so that's me. I don't know if you want me to go right into why I'm here, but
yes.
Okay, so there's an easement that abuts our property here, and that commercial property is one big parking lot, and we have some potholes in that easement in front of the parking lot that are a recurrent annual issue. So these potholes, you think of a pothole and you think, well, okay, we'll go around it or whatever. There's 5 to 7 potholes in this area, or that people use to drive through the easement into our place of business, into the Old National parking lot. They range between 2 to 4, 5 inches deep. They're pretty close to damaging vehicles. And they get patched in the springtime. They just got patched this week, actually, in that parking lot. And the way they're patched is just a Band-Aid. It doesn't solve the problem. It fills the holes momentarily, but 2 or 3 months down the road, those potholes are right back. And the impact to us as a business is that we get complaints daily, at least 1 or 2 comments per day of, are you going to fix your driveway? Are you going to fix your parking lot? When they do get fixed, we get comments, oh, you finally fixed them. And that, that's all nice for a month or two when that subpar patch job is in place, but then they reappear in 2 or 3 months after that. So it's been an ongoing issue for 4 or 5 years. And the concern I have is just, it looks poor for my place of business, Old National. It can damage vehicles, and it just speaks to a greater, I guess, negligence or that might not be the right word, but the parking lot looks bad. It looks bad for the community. It looks bad for the commercial interests in that building. And it looks bad for everybody, all the businesses surrounding that area, that parking lot isn't maintained properly. So that's what I have to say on the issue.
Thank you, Luke. Are there any questions for Luke? And I will note that Brandy Cooper, our zoning administrator and enforcement person, has started a process of discussing the problem and communicating with the owners of the parking lot and strip mall. So at some point we might want to hear from Brandy, but first I'd take any questions from the board. Rebecca?
Thank you, Luke. I appreciate your appearing tonight. This is an ongoing problem. How responsive is the owner of the property for fixing these things when you try to get in touch with them?
I found a number. I called a couple of the businesses that bank with us are located in that commercial area. This was about 2.5 years ago. I called a couple times. I left a message, maybe 2 or 3 times, 4 times, and that I never got a response. So in terms of what I've been able to get, I've never been able to get in touch with them. So, and I know our maintenance personnel in the past have had to do the maintenance themselves and bill them, invoice the owner. I don't know, that was before I was here. That was probably 3 or 4 years ago. And we've since, yeah, so I haven't been able to get in touch with the property owner, but I haven't tried again recently. It's been such a recurrent issue that wasn't going anywhere. I haven't attempted to contact them in the last 2 years, I would say.
Thank you, Luke. Other questions for Luke? Randy, do you have anything you want to add or offer?
Hi, thank you. So I'm not going to elaborate or offer too much in addition, really just maybe expand just a little bit on the process that we're going through right now. So I have been in touch with the Plaza property owners. I believe that I reached out to them, must have been about 3 or 4 weeks ago, because the complaints started kind of coming in. It's a seasonal thing. People start noticing, more people are out and about. I did reach out to them. They did respond that they were scheduling a crew to come out, fix the potholes. They did last week have their first crew come out and start repairing areas. And I've been keeping an eye on that. I did go back out there after that initial repair was done. There were a couple of areas that still needed some attention. And I actually went there today, and they were there today completing all the patching in the parking lot. So all of the holes have been repaired up to this point as far as the maintenance of the property goes. So I haven't gone any further than that at this point.
Do you know if, have you communicated anything regarding the landscaping or the integrity of the repair or patches?
Yeah, so after we had our discussion last week, I did reach out again to the property owner, letting him know that it wasn't just the parking lot that, was kind of in disrepair, but the building itself is starting to show some signs of disrepair, maintenance with the landscaping around the building, weeds, things like that. And he said that he would get somebody out there right away to start cleaning up, the landscaping side of things. We haven't really addressed the building maintenance itself because I haven't done an official inspection on what they may or may not be meeting. Just kind of threw the idea out to them that, you need to, take care of your asset.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Question for
Bill?
Randy, does this fall under enforcement under chapter 27, the broken window?
Property maintenance
Property
code.
maintenance, lack of property maintenance, I should say.
No, certain things could for sure, but the property maintenance does more of like, is it a blight in the community? Is it unsightly? Things like that.
Is it
And it's really,
dangerous?
yeah, there's safety,
Well, if you
issues.
fall
with
into a
it.
hole, it's kind of dangerous, right?
Right, but if the holes are repaired, then the safety issue's been
Right,
removed, right? So, so there are things that can be weighed on. It was through chapter 27 with property maintenance, but really it does come down to the interpretation and also just working with the property owners to try to get the building, to make sure it meets code. But like I said, I haven't done any kind of visual inspection by walking around the building at this point.
Okay, thanks.
I think maybe with the amount of recognition of the problem, we can maybe ask staff to noodle on strategies for dealing with this going forward. As business owners have said, it's a yearly problem and may require, and we're seeing heads shaking in the in the audience here too. We may need to find a creative way to address this. So
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it has become a yearly issue. It's something that I actually have on my calendar in the spring to go check. It's one of the first public areas that, we kind of keep an eye on because it has been ongoing. So it's certainly in our radar.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, we'll maybe hope to find some creative way to address it more permanently. Thank you.
Sure.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I appreciate your coming forward. Okay, good. Continuing with appearances then, Luke, thank you. And did you have anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
All right. This is a quick note from John Skapansky to the village board. Exactly 1 year ago, the DeForest Village Board passed Resolution 2020-46, a resolution embracing diversity and inclusion in our community and rejecting harassment and violence. That resolution was a good foundation. However, there are still those in our community who feel less than safe and respected. And I speak here specifically of the LGBTQ members of our community. Let's not just pass a resolution in word only. Meaningful as that resolution is, we must continue to look for opportunities to make welcome those who do not feel safe and respected here. I urge the board to keep this issue before it in whatever ways it can. Thank you, John. We have a request to appear from Lisa Street. Is she here?
Hello,
Speak.
Madam President. I'm on Zoom. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jane?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you for having me. Lisa Strite, 4624 Mist Flower Court in DeForest, Wisconsin. And I'm just bringing a quick couple of comments for the village trustees to consider. In reference to the Gulf development, the idea of the project aside, I trust you have all of the legal guidance that you need for approving or disapproving that project as you see fit. My request for the trustees is simply to make sure that you investigate the developer properly, you vet them, and make sure that you're comfortable in doing business with that developer and that you're comfortable with the community doing business with that developer. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Sorry, I got to remember to push the button. We have a letter to Abigail from Holly Stitch. She didn't request that it be read, but to be forwarded to you. And I have put a copy of it at all of your places, so you have a copy of the letter. We have Joe
Excuse me,
Warnson.
President Jane.
What? Thank you. I do see that at the very bottom on the back page. It's from Tom Finnegan, was maybe using Holly Stitch's email. I get it. Okay, thank you. All right, the next one is Joe Warnson. Sure, yeah. I'm going to state your name and address for the record, please.
Joe Warnson, 819 Woods Glen Court, DeForest. So I sent all of you a letter, or you should have the letter that I sent. I'm not going to read the whole thing. My comments, first of all, are not about subdivision, more strategic about DeForest, and specifically about the development plan that I listened to 2 weeks ago. Just a little history. I lived in Fitchburg for a long time, and I left Fitchburg because of what happened from a development standpoint. Out of the blue, the board had decided to change the development plans in that area and went to a more density, high compact area in that subdivision, and it really ruined it. Houses values plummeted. It's not a great place to live anymore. High traffic on the roads. It just was not a good scenario. So I moved up in this area. My family's lived in the DeForest area for a long time. And we lived out in the country, moved into town after open enrolling intentionally in DeForest because at that time the schools were good. The community was good. It was safe. It was a nice place to live. That is obviously starting to change. Schools have changed dramatically. And then last week when I listened to Mark's presentation, I was appalled by what I heard. I couldn't really believe that was the direction it was going. At a high level, we went through the time to do a survey, and then you as elected officials it's like you're looking the other way. And I don't quite understand that. It's like we're very misaligned from what he's doing to what we requested in the survey. And that's just not acceptable. This is the data that you collected. 73% of all the citizens said they don't want high density housing. And we're hiring him to do that. And that's just irresponsible. If you look at that, 65 to 70% single family housing, he was talking about moving us closer to Madison and Sun Prairie and Wanakee, which is not where we want to be. If we wanted to be there, we could live there. And I don't think that's the way any of us want to go. In the survey, it also talked about, housing options was second to last. Increasing housing options is in the section on development priorities. Nothing was said about increasing growth in the community comments. So everything that is in that survey, that's the data we have. It doesn't seem like that's falling into place in where we're going as a community. And I think that's irresponsible. I think that you as elected officials need to think about that. And in fact, if you look at from the growth from 2012 to the 2020 survey, the desire for growth actually decreased as well. So there's really no data points to say that's the direction we want to go. Maybe there's financial reasons, economic things that I don't know about. If there is, then really you should disclose them to us as the citizens. So that's my concern. I always feel like you should put out some solutions. So I will give you a couple solutions that are in the paper. First of all, I think it was 8% of the citizens of DeForest actually responded to that survey. And that's really not enough. I don't think you're going to get statistical significance with that number. So first of all, redo the survey, use us as citizens that are all here to help promote that, to get the numbers, to get the data that you need. Second thing is hire somebody that aligns more with what we want as a community. I mean, it's clear what you have out there. And if that changes with a better set of data, then that's fine. But hire somebody that aligns with that, because it's not where it's going. And if you don't redo that survey and you go a different direction, then it really makes that invalid. And citizens like myself, you kind of give up if that's what happens. Consider slowing down development. There's really no requirement for growth. It'll be really interesting to see if we kind of put the brakes on this. And let's think about it a little bit more strategically. There are communities around the country. I traveled the country for my job. There are great communities around the country that did that. They stopped development, took a little break, and then really focused on what was right for the community, which really leads me to my last point, which is, let's focus on development that is going to bring high value to our community. I'm a big believer in senior housing. How we do that is, you can tax breaks, you can do different things that will really keep seniors here, because seniors don't leave because they can't afford the house. They've had the house. They can't afford the taxes. They can't afford the support for the infrastructure that's coming because of this development plan and everything that's going on. So, I think there's a lot of opportunity. This is a great community. I just think we're going the wrong direction based on what the citizens want versus what I saw 2 weeks ago. Thank you. Yep.
All right. Let me just ask one question. When you're saying 73% of all citizens, I just note it's probably 73% of who answered the survey, and that's a much smaller number. And I think we all agree that we need to continue to get input. And I noted earlier, we have gotten input not just through the survey, but in other forums, in events with our employers, with community meetings. Did enough people attend? Probably not. And so we need to do a better job. I also want to emphasize that this is a draft plan. This isn't Mark's concoction. This isn't, we took the data, we took the information we had. We have a draft out to talk with the residents about it and to work on a plan. This isn't an effort to cram something down everyone's throat. It's a matter of putting together a plan based on information we have.
I tell you that's not the way it came across. So
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear you, Joe.
that's not the way it came across. The perception was not that. So if that's the case, I appreciate that. So
That is the case. That is the case. We're a long way from being done with our comprehensive plan. There's 9 segments, and we did a housing study. We put out the housing draft first because we knew there would be a lot of input, but it's nowhere near a done deal. So
well, I then hope this input helps.
So
just your comment about the 73%, I do appreciate that because it is of the survey, but that's what we have. That's the data we have. So we need to redo and get better numbers for that.
thank you. Other questions for Joe? Bill?
Have you read the 2015 comprehensive plan at all?
I don't think no, I looked at a little bit of
Yeah.
it for the
I
statistics.
just wondered if you compare what we had in 2015 to what's proposed. 2015, we had a lot of positive things going for the village. And, you know, a lot of these proposals aren't consistent with that. Do you consider the housing proposal as proposed as neutral, progressive, or radical changed?
To me, looking at DeForest, I think it's radical change because this has been a pocket in Dane County where you didn't have that. It was an area where you had everything from starter homes up to expensive homes, and you didn't have all of the politics. You didn't have, it was a very much a nice community, and that's kind of what people have always thought. That's why we moved here. And it is moving more radical, and I don't think it's a good way to go. And you're seeing, and it has an effect on all parts of the community, including schools. I mean, it's not what most of us moved into.
Would you like to look like Sun Prairie?
No, I mean, you look at Sun Prairie, you look at Wanakee, you look at Madison, these communities, and we're a pocket in there that is very unique, and that's what we're trying to keep.
Okay, thanks for
Jim,
appearing.
Jim, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Joe, for speaking to us. Early in your presentation or your conversation, you mentioned that you lived in Fitchburg.
Mhm.
And then you commented that it was not a good place to live. And I'm curious what you meant by that, or could you elaborate on what changed?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I thought I only had 3 minutes, so. So I lived in the East Lacey Road, if you know Fitchburg at all, that area was all kind of that moderate homes. It was my first home that I bought coming out of college. And what happened was they did a survey, and the citizens of the area voted down the development they were putting in place there. They actually took a section of DNR land, a large, beautiful section with trails, everything, and swapped that for a developer. And then in the land that they swapped it was just a field that with nothing in it. And so houses started going up and traffic increased and housing values go down, and drive down that street now. It's nothing like it was. And so we watched it deteriorate. There's no, the environmental areas are not as good as they were. A lot of things have happened, and it's not for the positive.
Let me go to Abby, and then I have a question.
Well, two questions. One was that I just kind of quickly rescanned through the community survey results. And I don't know if this can be answered right on the spot, but if anybody happens to know what page I would find the 73% of citizens did not want high density housing, just.
I don't have it on me.
If you could email me or something, because I don't expect you to remember off the top of your head.
Yeah.
I just.
I think it was if I remember the pie graph, it was a combination of two numbers. I can't remember.
And then my other question was, what I'm hearing from you is you really have a strong need to feel heard and have input on this process, and as many people as possible in the village have input on the process, and I completely agree with that. And I guess I would just have ask or have a request that as we go through this process, that you also listen to all the perspectives, and also I know me in particular, I've been trying to learn as much as I can, particularly around the housing issue for the last few years. And there's a lot of unmet need in the community. And I don't think it's widely known. It's not like we're going to the grocery store talking about hey, can you find, the kind of place you want to live in? Can you afford it? We're just not having those conversations. So I appreciate, I'll be open to you, would you also be open to, listening to the information that we have? And we also already did the housing study and demand analysis, and that's a fantastic document, and we'll be pulling a lot of information from that, so.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with you that housing is an issue, but I think, when you buy a home and your taxes go up by 30% over 3 years, that's also an issue. And I think that has to be addressed at the same time.
And just to put a plug in, a lot of that has to do with school taxes and $41 million.
Try to keep it separate, but I do agree with you.
It's not separate though. I mean, it's on the tax bill and it is what it is. My question was going to be not just to you, Joe, but to lots of folks who are coming forward. What do we say to the residents who contact us and say, I've lived here all my life. I can't stay in my home anymore. There is no housing for me in DeForest. So I'm moving to Wanakee, or I'm moving to Sun Prairie, or I have to go to Watertown or some other community. And to the school teachers who contact us and say, I don't earn enough money to buy a house in DeForest and there is no rental property, or the firemen who now can't get housing close enough to the fire station to do some of the staffing of our fire station. Or we have a number of people who, employers who can't fill their workforce because the people who are in their mid-range jobs can't get housing here in DeForest. So it's a conundrum for us to figure out, because we have a need to try and provide housing that's available for all of those folks. People who have the resources obviously can get a house. So how do we balance the needs of all of our residents as we go forward? And I don't expect you to answer that right now, but it's our problem as a board to try and figure out. So I leave that with you.
I agree with you, and I would, be happy to have that discussion and come up with ideas. I think there are ways to do it that are not the ways that were presented, that would be better for the community and bring more value to the community.
All right, thank you. All right, well, thank you, and we will continue. We have Mike Hirsch. There you are.
Hi, I'm Mike Hirsch. I'm a neighbor. I live in that blue house right there.
It's a nice house.
And if you need some place for the firemen to stay, we'll sell it to the village for the right price. I specifically asked to talk to the board tonight just about the non-discrimination policy, or the lack thereof, in the village. It was actually startling to me that you do not have a non-discrimination policy on record. You have a resolution that's lost. You cannot find that thing if you go through website unless you actually just luck out. And the reason it's startling to me is because my experience and background is more related to the schools and that kind of thing. But in the schools, and I think in any municipality that accepts federal funds, federal flow-through funds, or state DOJ or any of that kind of stuff, and maybe we don't as a village, I kind of doubt that, but maybe we don't. That's a requirement. That is a requirement of the statute or the federal law, that you have a non-discrimination policy or ordinance. So I was startled to see that that does not exist. And I thought the fuss about it a couple of years ago or a year ago was related to language. And I can understand, people being concerned about this or this or this. But when I don't see in print a welcoming statement to the village that says we're not going to discriminate based on blah, 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 I don't think that's appropriate and legal. Again, unless you, I don't know, Steve would know, if you accept some flow throughs, the intergovernmental has to have something in there that's flow through, including parks and grants, library, et cetera. So I'm just asking you to put that on your agenda. And I put two of them in a note that I gave back here. The Windsor's Village non-discrimination and the school district non-discrimination as models of what you might want to look at. So thank you for your time. Again, it's a really nice house. You could house a lot of firemen in there. Or you could just buy it for more parking.
Mike, just for the record, can you state the actual address of that lovely blue house?
So it's 115 South Stevenson Street, DeForest.
All right.
Oh, wait, you mean the actual color? Oh, well, it's been so long ago that I don't remember exactly what, the stain actually lasts really long. Take a picture.
Thank you, Mike.
Excuse me, could I ask him a question? Okay, sorry. No, that's okay. Thank you for your statement. I really appreciated that. I did want to just ask two clarifying questions. One, I know you alluded to that we don't have a statement or ordinance about non-discrimination. Can you point me to anything in the law that says that we must have that? If you could point me to it.
Except federal flow through, federal or state DOJ or some of the housing things and some of the park grants and all that kind of stuff. They're all different iterations of it. So IDEA or ADA is the compliance for disability, non-discrimination based on housing, non-discrimination based on adjudication and judgment, non-discrimination based on parks. And that's all, you can look up any one of those. The state has very specific policies related to the Department of Justice and any flow through monies that are coming through from that. And each one of those specifies that to my knowledge, specifies that the municipality or the district or entity that is accepting those funds has a policy or an ordinance that specifies, not a resolution, but one of those things that's very clearly stated and very available. And that's just so that we know that those, if you're accepting those funds, that you are going to abide by the rules, so to speak.
Let me just ask, when we recently, Michelle is shaking her head, we applied for some grant dollars. We just recently passed, and was it an ordinance or a resolution?
That was done by resolution.
Okay. So we did it as a resolution, but we did pass a non-discrimination resolution.
Okay, and I think it's some of the wording specifically in the law is policy or ordinance. So
Okay.
I think you just want to change that resolution and make sure that it's, from my perspective, make sure that it's comprehensive enough for people to feel welcome to this community.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any other questions? Abby?
Well, I don't really have a question. I just wanted to sponsor that to be put on the agenda for the next meeting and wondering if any of my fellow trustees would co-sponsor that.
I would.
Okay.
Thank you.
Time. This is a thankless job, I know.
Jonathan Bader?
Hello, thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk with you today. I actually live at 115 Pleasant View Street here in DeForest, just about a 2-minute walk from here. I've lived in DeForest for 30 years and I'm very, very happy to be living here. I wanted to just give my urging to the board to try to address the issue of having more affordable and diverse housing in the community. Jane, I thought your statement about needing to meet the needs of all of our residents and people who work here is very strong statement and very clear, and I think and quite true. I work on anti-poverty programs and have for the last 30 years. I work for a statewide anti-poverty network called WISCAP, work on food security issues, business development, skills training. I'm also the board president for Reach Dane, which is our Head Start agency here in Dane County, and we're serving 1,000 children across the county, including until recently DeForest. We're working on getting back into DeForest. One of the things I've seen as the board president there is a rising rates of homelessness in Dane County. We've seen it very steadily. And as we've seen that go up, we've also seen the initial scores of children birth to 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds going down. And when families are in that situation, they're living in cars, they're living doubled, tripled up, quadrupled up, they're living in hotel vouchers, moving from place to place. It's traumatic. And it's very difficult. If you can imagine, all of us will go home tonight to our homes and relax and unwind. And for many people, that's simply not the case. Children are affected by that. Here in DeForest, we have, between 20 and 40 kids that are considered homeless. Across the state, DPI regularly reports 18,000 Wisconsinites, children. These are kids, 5 years old to 18 years old that are considered homeless. That's telling me, and that number's going up. It's telling me that as a community, as a county, as a state, as a nation, we are just simply not doing enough to meet the needs of all of the people who live in our communities and live in our state. And then even, homelessness is really just an extreme example of what happens when we don't have enough affordable or diverse housing to meet people's circumstances. You had mentioned firefighters and teachers, a daughter who's a teacher, the income is moderate, but we have retail clerks, we have waiters and waitresses, we have small business owners. I worked with a state project that helped low-income people start over 2,500 businesses over the last several decades and create thousands of jobs. But in many cases, they're struggling and have difficulties affording housing in the communities. When individuals who live here and work here can't afford to stay here, we have a problem. It's not somebody else's problem. It's all of our problems, not just the board. It's all of us. The way we look at poverty and related issues is that it's a round table. There's got one side, and everybody bellies up to it in some way or another. Communities and their policies, businesses and paying good wages and benefits, government and providing enough resources, nonprofits like ours doing their part. Our network has created thousands of affordable houses across Wisconsin through government and private sector partnerships that have been incredibly successful. It does work, it does help, but it isn't enough, and it hasn't been enough. One of the things that we see when families who are, say, a retail clerk who has to pay more than 30% of her salary, or a single mom who has to pay more than that, because dad's not contributing very much to the household. He's not there. Retired person, a vet, a person on disability, many people that struggle with having enough income. What happens if you're paying a lot for your housing? What gets hit? Something's going to take the hit. And I work on food security. I came from my job. I was just ordering some millions of pounds, literally about 3 million pounds that's going to go out across Wisconsin to emergency food providers. And those services are needed because we're not doing enough to deal with issues related to housing. So if you have to pay 40%, 50% for housing, you're going to not have enough to feed your kids. You're going to need to go to the food pantries or take other steps. You're not going to be able to fix the car to keep your job. You're not going to be able to buy prescription drugs or get to medical appointments. That balancing, people have a single pocketbook, and housing is the single largest piece of that. So I just urge the board to do everything that you can to be creative, to make it a priority, to not pass the buck on to other communities or other generations, but to as squarely and realistically as we can try to grapple with how do we make more types of housing, good quality housing, affordable in our community for all the people who live here and work here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And in full disclosure, I was at AdvoCap for 12 years.
Oh my God. This is one of our agencies, 16 agencies who across the state that serves the Fox Valley. and a really remarkable agency, very, very well run, and they have an incredible housing initiatives program there too.
So, thank you, Jonathan. Any
Thank you.
questions? Rebecca?
Thank you, Jonathan. I really appreciate it, and I can really relate to a lot of what you had to say. I too was a single mom for many years on very limited funds, and I had to make some really hard choices about where I allocated what I had. Deadbeat dad, the whole 9 yards. Totally understood. And getting access to the different programs that were available was a less than acceptable. It was very difficult. You had to be able to ask the right question to the right person, and you even had to know the right question sometimes. And often I didn't know the right questions. So I guess what I empathize very, very much with folks who are in these situations. My question to you, you mentioned that there's 20 to 40 kids in DeForest that are homeless. And when you say that they're homeless, do you mean they're living in a car, or do you mean they're living outside of their home with somebody that's not necessarily their mom and dad, or what do you mean by that?
The Department of Education uses a homeless standard that I think is really the true standard, and it is people who cannot afford their own primary residence because they lack sufficient income. So they may be doubled and tripled. They may not be. I work downtown in the Veterans Museum building, right where State Street hits the square. And there are a lot of people over the course of the summer that we'll see there who are homeless out on the street. And in most cases, school-aged children are not in that situation. Mom or mom and dad have made some kind of a difficult arrangement, a less than ideal arrangement, where they're managing to get by, but they're not actually counted. Believe it or not, they're not actually counted in the homeless census that's done every year. But they may be doubled up, tripled up, quadrupled up with someone in an apartment. They may have multiple people sharing a single room. They may in fact be living in cars. We absolutely see that with Head Start. We see every one of these scenarios. They may be camping down here in Token Creek when the weather is warm. They may be getting Salvation Army hotel vouchers and using those for a time, or something from Dane County that they've working with, and then when that expires, they have to make other arrangements. So people are just under kind of extreme fiscal stress. And then there's this whole other group of people who are managing to pay those bills, but where they're paying way too much for the housing component of their budget, and that's causing other stresses on the household. So we have both of these. One is just a very extreme instance, and the other is one that's being managed, but managed with considerable difficulty.
I think was that your questions?
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. I think you answered the question that I needed answered.
Interestingly, the HUD definition, which provides most of the homeless funds and housing funds in the United States, doesn't utilize that definition that I mentioned that the schools utilize. And as a result, guess who's at the bottom of the line for homeless funds in the United States? Moms and their kids. And WISCAP's been working hard to try to prevent that from continuing, try to change that law, HUD's definition, to utilize the Department of Education. I realize this is a little bit off, but we're not counting in many cases the families that are at extreme risk and the impacts that are on their kids.
Tashidra, I think you had a question. No, you're good. Bill?
Hi, Bill.
I have to disclose that we're like next door neighbors.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We agree on some things, we don't agree on some stuff.
That's right.
But we get along, right?
Well, we do. I signed your papers to get on this board, and I'm glad that I did. I'm really happy to see you here.
My question is, how do we pay for this? The last speaker alluded to the fact that the taxes have gone up. You know, the seniors have been stretched. Some of them are having to move out because they can't afford to maintain their homes because of the taxes. The new schools benefit young children, of course, and they're going to get a great education, but do you propose we, at the village level, kick in? Or I know there's state, federal grants, which I'd like to get, but do you expect the village to pony up for some of this?
I'm happy to pony up. All I can do is speak for myself, but I think that's an appropriate use of our dollars, because our dollars are really nothing other than our commitment to each other, our investment in one another. It's not somewhere else or somebody else or the government, it's ourselves. And it's commitments and investments that we make in our community. And so, yes, I absolutely believe that the village should make whatever investments it deems capable of making. You know the finances of the village far better than I do. I wouldn't pretend to know that. But the federal government has lots of resources. Our community action agencies around the state have taken those federal dollars and invested in affordable housing alternatives. It's not that there's a single solution. There are countless solutions, and we have to explore them. But first of all, we have to make it a priority, and we have to recognize that it's a profound problem that we have to come to terms with and grapple with. How do we solve this? But you know, I'm certainly whatever tools and instruments the village has at its disposal in terms of policy or resources or funding, you know, I believe should be invested to make that, you know, affordable housing more of a reality for folks living here. And I live in a single family home, and you know, we've invested a lot in it, and I love my neighborhood and so forth, but I realize my story is not the only story, and that there are many people whose needs are simply not being met well.
Well, thanks. We really need your voice.
Yeah.
And it's, keep engaged.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
All right, we have 2 more appearances. I want to thank you.
Thanks, Jane.
All right. We have Tim Ackerman. Is it? I'm sorry. And I wasn't clear if you wanted to appear or you wanted to wait and see what happens.
Well, obviously you put this up, this participation. So there's, believe me, this question. I also thought, oh, what are you going to talk about? I saw your agenda, saw some things that are not expected. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. Give us your name and your address when you.
Well, as I said earlier, my name is Tim Ackerman.
Can you sit closer to the mic or pull the mic closer to you?
How's this? Can you hear me now? My name is Tim Ackerman. I live at 4625 Mist Flower Court, which is in Conservancy Place. And I have so many questions for you. I'll try to, I've been sitting here trying to formulate how can I distill my many different questions down to something a little bit more brief. Maybe, now, may I ask a question of a specific member?
What is your question?
My question would be for Ms. Lowry, Trustee Lowry. And my question is, what is a trustee? Okay. So,
I should also point out that I'm standing up because I have back issues, so please don't take any slight to that. I just sometimes need a break. I said that a trustee is a member of the village board charged with representing the community.
okay, your first response was representing the community, okay? And I have no sense of representation. I've never met any of you. You've never come and met me. And so I'm real curious, in what sense do you, as a representative, that in my mind implies that you're accountable. And I see no mechanism here for accountability. There is a big divide between the citizens and what the citizens are interested in and what this body, which seems to be very independent of the actual constituents of DeForest. I've been here 7 years, and that's the view that I have come to have, is that, I mean, show me accountability. Demonstrate for me. I see you as, I don't know if this is the right word, but as a bunch of transients. Some of you have been here for a while, mostly non-elected people. But many of you are here for 2 years or 4 years or whatever the cycle is, and then you're gone. And then we have another group come in. There's no continuity of accountability. Every time I have seen an issue come up in my neighborhood, which seems to be a very popular spot for the board's activity recently, Conservancy Place, we've been ignored. I haven't had anybody as a representative. Who is my representative? Which one of you is my representative? Ask my opinion.
We all are. We don't have specific districts here.
And perhaps that's unfortunate because it's easier as a group to take actions and you become anonymous as a group. So there's no personal accountability of somebody in my neighborhood to me. I mean, my understanding of a representative government is that you have your power in virtue of the citizens granting you that. That's the way it works in the United States. So let me take this a little bit different tact and ask another one of my questions. Can you be recalled? Do you know the answer?
Yeah, I believe we have to be in office for at least a year to start that process.
Is that the case?
Al could back me up, but I believe you have to be at least 1 year into your, it's a 2-year term, you have to be at least 1 year into your term.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
And if you'd like to, I could answer your earlier question about accountability.
Okay.
Well, I definitely think elections are accountability. And the accountability is greater when there's competitive elections because voters really have a choice. And I'm sorry to hear that you say you don't feel like you're represented on the board or that we're available to you. And please let us know if there's anything that we can do to rectify that. And I would also say, just for me, I was trying to, please feel free to reach out to me, like personally, if you want to have a conversation with me, phone call, email. Sometimes I can do in person. It's just a little trickier this summer because my kids are at home. I'm a full-time stay-at-home parent. But I love to talk to you. I know your first question was addressed to me specifically, so I'd love to answer any specific questions you have about me. And I do feel like me personally that I'm accountable to the community. And if I were to do something that was drastic and not in line with the values and the needs and wants of this community, I fully expect them to vote me out when my term's up in less than 2 years. And, but that my goal, my whole reason to be here is to follow what the needs and wants of the community are. And I believe so with my fellow trustees. Even though I disagree with them, I would say that that's their goal as well. I hope I can assume that, but that's my interpretation. And I'm not sure why me and you haven't personally connected. Maybe just just the luck of the draw, because I've certainly spent a lot of time over the last few years knocking on doors, making phone calls. I have talked to probably hundreds of village residents, and I guess just the luck of the lottery or whatever, you haven't been one of them, but I've certainly talked to people in your neighborhood and all the other neighborhoods in the community. And I know my fellow trustees have talked to a lot of people either, throughout their terms. Yeah, so I guess that's all I would say. And if you have specific questions for me, feel free to reach outside the meeting because I want to allow us to continue with our village business. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you for appearing.
Dismissing me?
I'm not dismissing you. I thought you were done.
No, I'm not done.
Well, we do have.
Sure, I didn't think I took longer than anybody else here. I'm probably saying some things that are uncomfortable, I understand. To comment specifically on something you've said, Ms. Wolfgram, and some of the other people have talked about with regards to this whole housing business. I think an issue for the people in Conservancy Place and in other parts of DeForest is not so much with low-income housing or multifamily housing, but where do you put it? Now, I know back some time ago in the federal government, there was a proposal to let's integrate. Let's have single-family residential and multifamily all mixed in together. And I don't know, the concept of property values is good for taxation, but it doesn't work out very well if you have to live next to a high rise. As far as accountability goes, there was zero accountability with regards to this high rise that you're putting up here off of River Road, or that you approved. The residents, if you ask the residents representation, you don't make them come to you, you ask. Is this what you want? You won't find people that say that. And I mean, that really is the straw that broke my back on this issue is these people don't care what the citizens think or give me evidence of it.
Thank you. Jim?
I also live in Conservancy Place. I have met Abby. I think if you got on the neighborhood news, that's an app on your phone. Abby puts out every single meeting, like a whole list of all issues, so you know what's going on and you can call her. So I think it is there, but maybe.
You're talking about Facebook, I don't.
Madam President, point of order.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you need, if you want to speak in, and I appreciate it, and discourse happens, but you need to register and you need to give us your name and address. But thank you, and thank you for the information. So we have one more registered appearance. If you want to register, you can. And then after that, we will, if there's no one else in the room, we will move on to the rest of our meeting and our friend from Baker Tilly. So thank you. Dawn, do you want to testify?
Excuse me, Madam President. Just so you know, there is a person on Zoom that has their hand raised.
Okay.
Abe Degman. I do.
Please.
This has been
Contentious.
Do I just press the button?
It is on, Dawn.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You want to keep it closer to you though, because
Sure.
it's hard to hear you.
Okay. I'm so nervous, I'm shaking. Thank you very much. Excuse me, Dawn Clemens, 309 Mohawk Trail. I'm sorry, Carrie. Before I begin, I would like to ask the board to please consider having public meetings just on the comprehensive plan. It is large and there's so much detail and there's so much misinformation that's out there that I personally would really like to be able to ask certain questions that I think the board can answer and and clear up any things. So that's my 2 cents. Tonight, I'm speaking on the item 8.3 on the agenda. It's concerning a presentation of indoor-outdoor golf recreation. I attended the Zoom meeting of the P&Z Monday night, and I listened to the presentation. It's a very interesting concept, and it looks like a lot of fun. But my problem is I'm against having $1.1 million in TIF money given to the Ranquets, and I'm not sure if I'm saying their name right, for this project. My reasons are, number one, William Ranquet has a civil court case open against him for an intentional tort. I believe that an intentional tort is falsifying or misrepresentation of yourself or a business. This case is still open. It's not due back in court until September. I found out all of this information that I'm presenting you tonight. It's public record, it's on CCAP. And I want to tell you, I worked in a bank. I use CCAP a lot. Number two, William Ranquet has had a number of foreclosures, and he filed for bankruptcy in 2008. Because of this bankruptcy, all of his foreclosures were erased. They were dismissed. And these foreclosures were not for minimal amounts. These were large amounts. If you want to look at CCAP, you can see all the numbers. I don't have enough time to tell you all of that. His son, Ryan, also spoke. He's also involved in foreclosures too, and also had garnishments against his paycheck at Vitens. These foreclosures happened during a downturn of real estate, and I understand that. But what's to guarantee that this won't happen again with these two gentlemen? We're already in a period of inflation now, and economists are saying the housing market and economy could possibly see a recession again. I feel we need to step back and look at these items before we go on any farther with these gentlemen. I have nothing against the concept. I just have, my problem is with the people that want our $1.1 million, which is part of my money too. Ryan stated that he would hire 100 plus people. We can't hire people that were for our businesses now. Everywhere you go, there is a sign, help wanted, help wanted, help wanted. We have Norsky Nook that cannot open for 7 days a week because they can't hire enough people. We brought them here and we need to help them. We need to help all of these people that are looking for people to work here, not a new business that wants to hire 100 or more people. Everyone has a help wanted sign out. Sorry, I got to turn the page. I studied this kind of venue and it's better suited for a commercial area. I've checked on throughout the Midwest, areas that are served by Top Golf. It's an organization, it's similar setup to what they want to do, the pin setters. It's very much exactly the same thing. And I looked in the Midwest and I looked at Brooklyn Center, Minneapolis, Naperville, Illinois, Chesterfield, Missouri, Cleveland, Ohio, Indianapolis, Indiana, Columbus, Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Nashville, Tennessee, Omaha, Nebraska. This was just in the Midwest. All of these locations are off of a major highway or a major state road and with direct access. And I believe this was also brought up at the P&Z meeting. Somebody had a question about access. And all of these that I looked up, and there's a lot more, I just couldn't give you a bigger list, are in commercial areas. They're not next to a residential area or a neighborhood because they have that good access. Ryan spoke and said he's a member of the PGA, and because he's a member of the PGA, he must know a lot of well-heeled people. He could possibly ask for money from them, not the village. With TIF money suggested to be used, it can at times cause tax revenue issues. Not always, but it can. As a village could use this for village-wide projects such as parks and streets, etc. This in turn could possibly, and I say possibly, cause our taxes to go up. There's also no guarantee that this project will succeed, leaving the taxpayers on the hook. My belief is if it's such a great project, investors should put up their own money. If TIF money is used, will this project go, if TIF money is not used, will this project go forward? I'd like to ask them, yes or no. Is it a value created project? Yes or no? I believe the developer and the buyer should negotiate between themselves without us taxpayers enriching them. In closing, I want to state that we as residents of DeForest put our trust, in the 7 of you to listen and represent each and every one of the 10,000 plus residents, 2,500 taxpayers. We're not just numbers. People who live here, play here, who work here, who worship here. We're your neighbors, and we have a voice. And I'm really counting on all of you to hear us. Even if you disagree, please do the right thing for the citizens of DeForest. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Okay, Jim?
Don, I really thank you for speaking tonight, and I see you have a lot of emotion. And I know that is hard to speak through, but I want to ask you a question.
Yep.
Where's that emotion coming from? Is it concern for the funding that may be lost? Or is it concern for a change in the community that might be happening?
No.
Do you know?
Yeah, change is good. I worked in a bank for years. We changed all the time. I love change. My concern is, are we allowing our community to give up $1.1 million of hard-earned money? We have people who can't live where they are, and two gentlemen that don't have a good track record. That's why I'm emotional. I don't want our hard-earned money, part of it is mine, I've lived here for 42 years, to go to people who are undeserving. We have so many other needs in the community that are deserving. And I don't feel that these gentlemen have shown proof that they are. I worked in a bank. If they came to me to borrow $1.1 million, the answer would be no. And that's where the emotion has come. I want the community, I want all of you to realize that we're people here. And sometimes I don't think anybody listens. And I've been here for years coming to these meetings. I think many of you know that. So that was where I was coming from, Jim, and thank you.
Thank you.
I would turn to either Al or Steve. There's been a lot of comments about giving away money through TIF, and it's not what happens. And I would ask that you address that situation related to housing and related to commercial.
Very good. So yeah, TIF is or can be complex and difficult to understand. In this particular case, the TIF assistance being asked and being discussed by the board tonight is directly related to the tax increment they create. So the tax base they're creating is creating enough funding to give back to them. So there's really no cost to the taxpayer. And the contract's written such that there's very little risk that if they don't perform, they don't build, they don't continue operations, they don't get that money. So we are in a good position. Their passes are passed. We aren't necessarily looking at that. We have considered it early on. I mean, they've been in front of us for years, and we've been talking to them about that. But the only taxpayer cost here is plowing in front of their street, maybe picking up, not even picking up garbage because they pay for their own garbage. So there isn't that burden on you folks, maybe law enforcement, that type of thing. But the whole purpose of a TID is to plant seeds for the future. You're growing your community, you're providing opportunities for your citizens, you're creating economic development. People that go there might go to other venues in the community, providing financial gain. There's a lot to it, and it's complicated.
I understand.
I'd be happy to talk to people about that. There's a lot of misconception of TIF and
Yep.
what that really means. Again, my door's open. Give me a call.
Yeah, I have, Steve. Thank you.
Yes.
It is difficult, and I guess my problem is not it's still with the LLC doing the business. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Mhm.
All right, Rebecca?
Just one comment, not a question. Thank you for being willing to come up and speak. I know that was difficult. And we hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have two more folks who have registered. Abe is on Zoom. Abe Degnan, do you still want to speak?
Yes, I do. I submitted my form earlier today to the village clerk at the start of the meeting, but since she's out of the office, I got an out of office reply. So I hope that my forwarding of that form has been received by the administrator. So first of all, I'd like to say that I first of all endorse what Dawn has said. I endorse what Lisa has said. I endorse what Joe has said. I'm trying to remember the different speakers, and I reiterate those comments, but I will not go over them again. The second thing that is interesting is looking at the notice in the paper and then seeing the final agenda tonight and then hearing the minutes. I think it's interesting and rather transparent that I spent 19 years as a volunteer on the board of review and approximately 13 years on the board of zoning appeals, and that as recently I have been speaking up about issues that I was not renewed, and I'm either the senior or second senior member of those committees. And I do think it's interesting and up for question and rather transparent, although whatever the letter that came in may have said about the reasons that my appointment was not renewed, I think it's curious and obvious on its face. But I'm not here specifically about that. I just thought it was interesting, given the minutes at the beginning of the meeting, how they were adjusted and corrected to reflect what happened. That being said, the reason I am here tonight then is on this issue of the Gulf. I am not standing opposed to the development of the facility per se. However, I am concerned about the use of TIF money for greenfield development. And furthermore, the whole thing is the goal of commercial development is to provide tax relief to the residential development, to bring taxes into the school district, to bring tax revenue into the village to support the other programs of the village. So by giving $1.1 million in TIF to developers, that defers the tax revenue that comes back to the school district, that defers the tax revenue coming back to the village to support all these programs. It is, in effect, the de facto result of that. If this TIF money is not needed in order for this development to proceed, if it is simply helping to enrich the developer with a project that would still otherwise be financially viable, then what we are doing is we are taking $440 per family. That's 2,500 families times $440, that's 1.1 million. And we are giving that money to other people that certainly, given the discussions tonight about housing affordability and about the difficulties of fixed incomes, the difficulties of teachers, firefighters, policemen affording housing, that is their money, that is my money, that is our money that we are giving to these developers who already probably have a project that they could go forward with and just have to make a slight adjustment in their business plan in order to do it. I stand against greenfield TIF money, and that is the message, in addition to the concerns about the developers themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abe. And I would ask any board member who is here in person, if they're tuned into Zoom, to not, because according to Lou, it can cause us some issues. So it's, if you have a, I don't know, Rebecca, are you in Zoom? Huh, okay. Moving on, are there any? Oh. If you were here and doing it. All right, thank you. All right. With that, then we'll move on to our final person, Anne Marie Reese. Reese, I'm sorry.
I'm Anne Marie Priest. I live at 4599 Sunburst Drive in Conservancy Place. And I would just like to agree with Jonathan that I believe we have a moral obligation to have more diverse housing to support the teachers, firemen, all the people that need to live here. Like our community, it's kind of like, who do you see as our community? And I see the people that feed the old people in the nursing home as part of our community. And they need to have a place to live. And as for saying multiple housing makes more traffic, I think what makes more traffic is having people have to travel very, very far to live and work here. And not making enough money is a problem because we have not had an increase in the minimum wage since 2009. So people don't make a lot of money, and if they have to travel far away for housing, that takes more of their time, more stress on them. It's really, I think we have a moral obligation, and also to reiterate what Dawn said, that there's just a problem that we cannot fill jobs here. And we can't fill jobs here because who wants to travel an hour to work at a minimum wage job or at a low wage job? We need, and just, I mean, Jonathan said it better than I could. We have to take care of one another. I mean, this is important. This is something our parents should have taught us, that we need to care for all the people in our community. And affordable housing is important to me. If I have to pay more taxes, I'm fine with that as well. So anyways, and I'm sorry for my outburst before.
That's all right, Anne Marie. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? With that, well, thank you and invite you all to join us again. And the next appearance is Baker Tilly. I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Did you have a question? Oh. Well, just give us 1 minute. Tashidra just wants to say one thing before everyone leaves, so.
I apologize. I just wanted to address everyone that is here in the room and also on Zoom. When we hear the word DeForest, right follows after that is village. And I think having everyone come and speak up and share their thoughts and opinions is what makes us DeForest. Whether we agree or disagree, I hope at the end of the day, we could have a collegiality and a level of respect that fosters the goal of bringing people here to DeForest, that they know when you live here in DeForest, you have a voice and it's respected, whether I agree or disagree. I also want to address the fact that we are coming out of a pandemic and the regular things that we used to do is changing. And the other thing about family is it's collaborative, right? That we seek each other. And there are 7 trustees, but there is a whole village of DeForest. And I think as things open up, we will be able to get out there and meet, eat, and greet one another. I know I've only been here for a year. I'm the new girl on the block. And I got to tell you, I came in the middle of a pandemic, so I didn't get to meet anybody but a screen. But I know that when someone says, what is a trustee is a person who represents everyone. And that is my own personal goal. If I ever get to the point where I'm speaking for myself, I will pull myself out. And so I do appreciate every single voice, whether I agree with you or not. I highly respect you, and I am applauding everyone who takes the initiative to speak up. And I would encourage you to share that with your neighbors, that you have a voice and speak up. And if we're not reaching out to you in a timely fashion, reach out to us and then provide that feedback. I know I try to reach everyone that sends an email. So that is my summation, is that we are a family. And I hope at the end of the day, when you go home and you look in the mirror, you say, I live in DeForest. This is my village and my home, and I respect those that I have to see, whether it's in the grocery store or at Fireman's Park. So I hope we can keep that in our hearts and our minds as we work on this comprehensive plan. And it's comprehensive, meaning it is all inclusive, it's gonna keep growing, and it shouldn't look the same as yesterday because we are not the same. We are a growing community, and I hope that we respect and value each other as such. So thank you all for coming, and I do appreciate you all.
Thank you, Tashidra. Thank you. All right, let's move on to Baker Tilly.
Good evening and thank you. I'm Carla with Baker Tilly, partner of the Village's financial audit. So tonight I want to talk about the financial audit, which is in process. And then Steve also asked that I speak to the American Recovery Plan. So there should be a document that was provided, referred to as the Reporting and Insights from 2020 Audit, Village of DeForest. So if I could have that pulled up on the screen, and then I will navigate through that particular document. But while that's being pulled up, again, I'm the partner on the financial audit. The financial audit is in process. We've issued a draft of the financial statements and a draft of this particular document. Thank you. We are the auditor of the Community Development Authority, which is a discretely presented component unit of the village. And that work will occur this summer. And then once that is complete, we'll be able to issue our financial statements. I want to start by thanking management, Steve, Jillian, and their team. They're extremely well prepared when we come in for the financial audit and make everything really readily available to us. This is my first public meeting in probably 2 years where I'm actually out and about. So it feels good to be here. I will pause periodically, so if you have questions, feel free to jump in. Yes, you were. In fact, that was March 12th of 2020. And I talked to Steve that day, and our audit was the next week. And Steve was the first client to kind of clue me into the fact that, hey, we might not want Baker Tilly coming to our office, because you made the comment, which was true. We go out to a lot of public places. We're in a lot of buildings. We're doing a lot of financial audits. And the village did pivot in a matter of just a couple days to making everything virtual. And that is a testament to the technology and the staff that you have at the village. That could not be said for a number of the other communities that we work with. So really commendable. It's amazing. Well, it was a collaborative effort for sure. And we also then went through the second financial audit, was virtual as well, for the 2020 financial audit, and things are starting to get back to normal. So I am going to go through the information tonight. So what I'm going to talk about are the responsibilities for the financial audit. So we perform our planning and our risk assessment to provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatement. And that is a high level of assurance that we are providing on your financial statements. We do anticipate issuing a clean or an unmodified audit opinion. It's what you've received in the past. It's what you should expect to receive. And that's the highest level of assurance that we can provide on your financial audit. As a part of the financial audit process, we do consider the internal control environment of the village. We do not audit the controls, but we do gain an understanding of the control environment. I also want to mention that online is Leah Whipperforth. She's participating via Zoom. Leah is the audit in charge, and she's really the one who really is the one who dives into the financial audit. So she makes my job easy. So I want to thank Leah as well. On the bottom of the page are the management's responsibilities, which is to provide us the information in order to do our work. Again, management is responsible for ensuring that there is a strong internal control environment.
and providing written representations at the end of the audit. And that will ultimately be included in the final document. In terms, we do develop an audit plan, and there were no significant changes to our audit plan from the time we initiated that till the time we completed field work. And our audit focus. So in terms of our audit focus, we look at key transaction areas, significant estimates, and I will mention those in just a moment. We look to if there are any new accounting standards that need to be implemented. There were none for the 2020 financial audit. And then any other areas of complexity. And certainly TIF came up earlier. And as Steve mentioned, TIF is a more complicated area. So we do look at both the financial aspects of that as well as the compliance aspects of TIF. So key areas of focus, one area we look at is management override of control. So we do a risk-based approach. We do not look at every transaction of the village. And one thing we have to consider is, could management override controls? And so things that we do is to introduce an element of unpredictability into the audit process. We do a lot of looking at invoices. We do have full access to the village's books and records that we, will ask for a lot of different things each year. In terms of other key areas of emphasis, I've listed some key financial areas that we look to: key transaction cycles, cash, receivables, payroll, long-term debt. These are all significant areas that we provide audit assurance over as a part of the audit process. One item that we are required to put in writing, and that is related to internal controls. And I mentioned we do not audit controls, but we do gain an understanding of controls. And we have identified one area that we would identify as a material weakness, and that is as it relates to adjusting journal entries, they are properly supported. We recommend that they receive an additional layer of review over the journal entry process. I would suggest that, as well as some of the account reconciliations, I do audits. I work with about 35 different communities throughout the state of Wisconsin, from the very small townships to the very large municipalities. For a community of this size, it is not at all uncommon to have a material weakness, if not several. So we do not identify any material journal entries as a part of the audit process, and that should provide assurance that the information that you're looking at the end of the year, it is accurately presented and provided by management. Required communications, there's nothing of surprise. These are items that we are required to put in writing. Do I have a question? Yes. Sure. So materiality has a quantitative aspect to it and a qualitative aspect to it. And it's something that we, as your auditors, we determine what that quantitative number is. And we don't share that with management. And in fact, I don't believe we had any journal entries of any significance. I'd have to go back and look, but we maybe proposed one journal entry that I can think of. So it's about a magnitude. So a material journal entry would be something that could mislead the reader of a financial statements. So if, for example, a material item would be, say, for example, a client prepared a financial statement and they forgot to include $1 million debt transaction. We would consider that most likely to be a material omission from the financial statements that they're giving us. In this case, there were no material omissions of information that was provided to us that we identified during the audit process. Does that help? So in terms of required communications, as I mentioned, there were no new accounting policies adopted during the year. The next two are the more significant accounting estimates. The village is a member of the Wisconsin Retirement System, which is a fully funded retirement system. And the pension transaction does fluctuate. At the end of 2020, it was an asset, meaning so when the plan looks at its total obligations and compares that to the assets it has on hand at the end of 2020, it was more than fully funded. It actually had assets available. And that does fluctuate between an asset and at times a liability. Again, the goal is for it to be fully funded. But that would be a significant estimate that we do audit as a part of the financial audit. And then the other is around depreciation, and that has to do with depreciation related to capital assets. We did not encounter any significant difficulties during the audit. I'm just going to kind of go through these rather quickly just because there is, again, nothing of significance to report. No disagreements with management, no uncorrected misstatements. So sometimes what will happen is, with the example you asked about material entries, where we identify something that isn't large, so it wouldn't materially misstate the financial statements, but it's over a trivial threshold that, again, we established during the financial audit process. Management in that case has the option to record that particular entry to its records. In this case, we did not identify anything. There was nothing here, again, that we identified that management did not correct that would be required to be reported. No significant unusual transactions. No other consultations that we noted that management had with other accounting firms. We did not identify any non-compliance with laws and regulations. We did not identify any fraud. I'm going to pause here in just a minute. I'm going to get through the required communications, then I'll pause to see if you have any questions on this. And turn to the next page, going concern. Going concern is really more of a consideration in the commercial environment. In the state of Wisconsin, and Al, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that it's legal for a Wisconsin municipality to file for bankruptcy. So this notion of going concern is not that as applicable, and it's more or less, is this going to be in existence for the next year? Sometimes in government, this might come up with a department. So for example, a nursing home, a county nursing home, potentially given their funding, it may not exist beyond a year, but typically with a municipality, this is not an issue. Group financial statements, we do in our auditor's opinion, we do make reference to the DeForest Area Fire Protection District and the DeForest Area Community and Senior Center, as those are joint ventures. That information is included in your financial statements, but we do not audit it, but we make reference to it in your audit opinion, and we do review the reports that are provided by those auditors. We are not aware of any issues where there was any independence violations. We are required to be independent as a part of your audit, and we are not aware of anything that would have impaired that independence. We're not aware of any related parties. And last but not least, in this particular section, we are required to report any non-audit services that we provide to the village, because anything we do that's in addition to the financial audit, we do need to evaluate independence. And there are requirements for us to go through. The majority of these are really just an extension of the financial audit. So the village does hire us at its convenience to prepare its financial statements. We do, as a part of that process, we do provide some financial reporting, journal entries, things that do not impact the village's day-to-day records. And then we do some compiled reporting related to the Public Service Commission and TIF districts. And then lastly, we were involved with the sewer rate study, and then the software that we are a reseller of software that the village uses for its general ledger package. So I'm going to pause there before I continue, and I have a few more remarks I'd like to make in this particular document, but I'll pause in case there are questions.
So are there any questions at this point?
Okay.
All right, you want to continue then?
I will continue. So the rest of this is really more informational in nature. This lists various upcoming accounting standards that will impact or have the potential to impact the village's financial audit coming up. And so these are things that we will work through with Steve. And again, they will impact the financial statements, but I wouldn't say any of these will impact your day-to-day operations. Trending challenges and opportunities. You might find some of these of interest, and we've included links within the PDF. With the pandemic, and I'll be talking about the American Rescue Plan, but this does focus on recovery and growth, compliance with federal awards, because you did receive federal awards in 2020, and you will receive federal awards in 21 and 22. We talked, it was mentioned earlier about recruiting and hiring, and that is a really difficult environment right now. I will say even at Baker Tilly, we're seeing it everywhere. So it's certainly in government, and having individuals who actually, government is its own, as you know, its own unique animal. And so having individuals who understand governmental financial reporting and all the compliance requirements, those are not easy individuals to find, frankly. Economic development, we have some interesting things. And then lastly, I'll just mention cybersecurity. Again, just some interesting things you're probably seeing more and more with different hacks that are happening and ransoms being paid. And I did have a Dane County community recently that did have had a cyber security attack, but they had the appropriate procedures in place and backup procedures that it didn't end up being a catastrophic event. But it is something we are seeing more and more. Your client service team, we've listed the individuals that are responsible for your financial audit along with our contact information. So Steve likely is going to be able to answer any questions that you might have, but certainly feel free to reach out to us as well. The management representation letter will be presented here when we do finalize our report. And that is just as a part of a financial audit, as I mentioned, we do not audit every transaction. We do have to rely on management's representations. And so we will ask management to rep to certain things. And that is signed off by the village. And then last, I'm going to move to audit results. So before I go into the audit results, any comments or questions about any of the content I've gone over so far? You will have more time to take a look at this document in more detail. As I mentioned, this is still in draft. So if you have questions, again, Steve will be able to answer a lot of your questions, or I'm certainly available to answer questions as well. But I would like to go over a few financial highlights, and then we'll switch gears and move to the American Recovery Plan. But any questions at this point?
Any questions? Otherwise, we'll keep driving through. Oh, I'm sorry, Rebecca had her finger up.
No, I'm not sure who I would ask this question of. I don't know if it's you or somebody else, but related to that cybersecurity. Thanks for mentioning that, because this was a question I actually had. How do we find out if we're actually prepared? What are our redundancies? What are our backups? How are we separated from, how are we keeping things separate so that should we come under attack, that we can get back up and running without having to pay, so to speak?
So we contract with an outside firm for our IT needs, and they ensure that type of thing. And Lou is the key person on our staff to do that. So it'd be better for her to answer that. We could also have them come in and talk in generality about that. I don't think you want to get into specifics because we become a target.
Okay, so I'm going to move to some of the financial results. This is all taken from the draft financial statements, and we have issued the financial statements in draft form. And we're going to focus on three things. We're going to focus on the general fund, which is your main operating fund of the village. We're going to look at some debt information, how you finance long-lived assets. And then we're going to switch gears and move toward some of the utility operations. So your governmental funds or your general fund operations are financed primarily through tax revenue and intergovernmental revenue. And your general fund is your main operating fund of the village. So this is where your public safety, public works, general administrative costs are being reflected. And your fund balance is one metric that we look at. And we'll look at the next page gets into the metric that the village has a policy on. But your fund balance is really your equity in the general fund. It's your current assets, essentially, less your current liabilities and what is left. And you can see your total fund balance went up by about 12%. And that is directly related to, if you look down below or the middle of the page, the summarized income statement in the middle column. This was your final amended budget. You had budgeted that your expenditures would exceed revenues by about $35,000. But if you go to the left of that, in actuality, you had a net change in fund balance of about $264,000. That is the driver. So you had net income in the general fund, which drove up your total fund balance. Down below are the various categories and what they mean. You have meaningful amounts in two categories. One being in committed. So these are funds that the village board has committed for a particular purpose. And this is primarily related to some various buildings and grounds and police activities. And then in what is in your unassigned fund balance, which went up 16%. These are funds that don't necessarily have specific projects in mind, and every community needs to have unassigned fund balance. And certainly with the pandemic, every year I would come and present and tell people, you know, it's really hard to build fund balance because of levy limits, expenditure restraint. And so you do need fund balance in place for those unexpected things that occur. And usually the examples I would give would be like snow removal. You have a really bad winter, you need funds on hand in order to dip into that if you need to. Well, no one could have foreseen a pandemic. Well, some did. But, you know, that is one of the reasons why you have the unassigned fund balance that you do. When you look at the summarized income statement and the variance, your revenues are over what you had budgeted primarily because of you did receive some federal money in 2020 related to pandemic funds that were automatically pushed out to governments, building permits, and then also the tax equivalent from the water utility. But I think what's important then is to look at the next page. So the village does have a fund balance policy, which says that you maintain an unassigned general fund balance within 15 to 17% of the next year's budgeted expenditures for funds that receive over 50% of their revenue from property taxes. So this is your general fund, the community center, promotions and events, future benefits, and the landscape and forestry fund. So in this case, your policy is 15 to 17%. You were at 24%. So if you're going to be on one side of your policy, it's good to be on the top side of that policy. It's also good to have a policy. I have a number of clients who do not. That is looked favorably upon by bond agents as you go and sell your bonds. They do focus on what management policies are in place. So then I'm going to shift gears. Yes, of course.
Thank you, Tech Guy. So that did come in handy recently when we settled with Walgreens, and we had to not only pay our portion, but also cover the other district's portion for a while until we get our money back. So that is very handy. And yes, Moody's, we talked to Moody's, Michelle and I did a week ago, and I didn't fit this in under the COW meeting, so I'll do it here. Things are progressing with their borrowing. Moody's is very happy with our financial situation. We will very likely retain our rating, which is very high for a community our size. Again, because of policy. Challenge with our policy, and we may want to rethink that because of expenditure restraint and the way that DOR interprets that right now. It's very difficult for us to move our unused or assigned fund balance to other places like we used to do debt service for future balloon payments, things like that. They're saying you can't. That's considered a spending when in fact it's just a transfer. So they've kind of handcuffed us there. That's some change in their logic or their understanding of law. That's more recent, last 5 years. I don't know if other communities are doing that or not, but that has become a challenge for us, but we'll figure it out.
Right, the law didn't change, staff's interpretation at DOR changed. So the next piece that we look at in terms of metrics is debt. And when I mentioned earlier, you're really financing things through either the cash you have on hand, which again is largely driven or brought in through tax revenues, other building permit revenues, licenses and permits, intergovernmental fees. But then for long-lived assets, it's very common to borrow money to pay for those assets. And on this graph, the top line is your debt limit. And it's by state statute. Every government in the state of Wisconsin follows this by state statute that you cannot exceed your debt cannot exceed 5% of the equalized value. which is, your debt limit is at 72 million. That's grown 53% over the last 5 years. So you went from 47 million to 72 million. An equalized value growth. When you look at your GO debt outstanding, and GO debt is secured by the taxing authority of the community, which allows you the benefit of having, and Steve can speak to this better than I can, but just enjoying a lower interest rate on your bonds, because even though you have a levy limit, the levy limit does allow you to borrow or to levy to pay your borrowing back. So you can see that your GO debt is about 43 million. So you're at 61% of your debt policy. And then below, we just simply list the different types of debt instruments that you have. The first under GO being 43 million, which is reflected in the graph above. And then revenue debt, this is the utilities, very common to have revenue bonds. That's secured by the charges that the utilities charge. And that is what is used to pay off the debt service. And then lastly, you do have some other, and in the village, those are note anticipation notes that come due in 2023. And in the utilities, bond anticipation notes that also come due in 2023. And that's a common financing mechanism, which is then typically refinanced into a different instrument at that time. Steve.
I'll get used to this. Those are both related to TIDs, TID activity, where we're waiting to see what kind of growth is happening in those TIDs before we turn that into long-term financing. So if we get enough tax revenue coming in, we can strategize the repayment schedule, maybe not even borrow much permanent debt. So it's strategic.
So I'm going to pause there before I move on to the utility portion. Any questions on the metrics that we've looked at so far related to the village operations?
Any questions? You've got all the answers in your presentation, so we'll just keep moving.
I hope that's the case. So then we're going to look at the three enterprise funds or utilities of the village: the water, the sewer, and storm. So the first being, we kind of break this into 4 different categories. The top, looking at operating results, so your operating revenues less your operating expenses. The water utility, wait, I'm looking at the wrong, I moved too fast. Okay, back to the water utility, because my comment I was going to make didn't relate to the graph I was looking at. So the water utility rates, new rates were put into effect in late 2017. So you'll see that had an impact then on the operating results at the top, where you saw more of a divergence between the revenues being the top line and the expenses being the line below. Unrestricted reserves, so this is taking a look at the cash balances, and the utility, the water utility does have ample cash reserves. I believe there was an intention with the rate study to be able to fund more routine expenses, capital items with cash on hand versus borrowing every time that there was a capital need. And there are lots of capital needs as it relates to running a water utility. Debt coverage, you're meeting your debt covenants, again, with the revenue bonds. It requires you to have a certain level of earnings associated with the utility, and you are meeting your debt coverage. And then lastly, your investment in capital. So usually we say, a 50-50 benchmark debt versus equity. So what do you have outstanding in debt versus, what you've paid for with cash? Usually the more debt you have, that will sway those results. With more debt, there's more of that obligation to repay the debt. With strong water utility results, the recommendation would just be to continue to stay on top of and ensuring that the rates are adequate for the utility. So then next, moving on to the sewer utility, new rates went into effect late in 2020. So you'll likely see, more of an impact in the operating results in 2021. Again, strong results for the other 3 metrics that we look at, with ample cash reserves in the sewer utility. And you can see over the course of the last 5 years, the months on hand has grown. And again, important to stay on top of the sewer utility rates to ensure that it can finance its own operations. Again, it was meeting its debt coverage ratio and no concerns as it relates to its equity versus debt allocation. And then lastly, the stormwater utility. The stormwater utility, and I should mention, the water utility is a regulated utility through the Public Service Commission. Sewer and storm are regulated by the village. And so typically sewer and stormwater rates then are evaluated by the village, and you have a little more latitude in terms of putting new rates into effect. Again, there were some, an increase in, or I guess an improvement in terms of the operating revenues in comparison to operating expenses during the year. And again, strong results for the stormwater. Steve, do you have any remarks that you'd like to make on the utility side? Okay. Yes.
Well, this is probably more a question for Steve, and I don't know if it's too early in the year to know this, so you can let me know if it is. But I see the water utility, we're doing really good with revenues over operating expenses. And so I was wondering if you were thinking that if we were okay with keeping the same rate for next year, or I know inflation % increase was an option without, pre-approval from the Public Service Commission. So I was just wondering what if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, so the PSA would authorize a, what's that called, Carla? It's the
Simplified rate
Yeah.
case.
it's basically 3% or whatever they
Right.
establish that to be. That is based on what our rate of return is. I don't know that we've seen that yet. My guess is we're doing just fine. One of the reasons the revenues are higher is we keep getting these tower leases, which is not really part of the operations of a water utility, but the PSD counts it as such. So it's a dangerous thing that's part of the subsidy of our water rates. And if cell towers ever became not necessary anymore, our water rates would go up. So try not to be too reliant on that. The other thing of note is the north and south water interconnect that just happened recently tomorrow. That was funded primarily by existing funds of the water utility. We did not borrow in the water utility. We did in two of the TIDs that are benefiting also. So we borrowed under $500,000 for a $1.6 million project. So we are using up some reserves, but intentionally so, but our rate should be fine. We're going to keep looking at sewer rates every year because of what the impact of waste disposal is. MMSD is still working on their rates. They have depreciating facilities and they are ratcheting up the rates every year. And stormwater, we just continue to see need. And that's why you're seeing that go up.
Jim?
We have a strategy. We have I think it's a 5-year plan that we work on and take care of needs.
Jim? Your microphone.
So a question I do have for your evaluation, the utilities, there was the storm water utility, and looking at the water and the sewer, we had the months on hand were growing, and then this one in particular is a little stagnant or even going down a bit. Is that much of a concern? I mean, this is a sort of a different funding source, I'm assuming, but.
To me, it's something to continue to monitor. Something just to continue to monitor, and I think that's why it is important. And I believe Steve does look at the stormwater rates as a part of the budget process each year, and having that 5-year plan, I think is really important, to ensure as you're looking out that it does have the ample cash reserves. It's stayed fairly consistent. It is going to fluctuate depending on the activity that you have. I don't know, Steve, if you have if there's anything coming up within storm that is of note.
We're doing significant projects this year and there are some on the horizon. So it is a smaller utility, so fluctuations do have bigger graphical impacts, it seems. But we are on top of that as much as the other two utilities, and this one is really in your control as a board. Storm or sewer is somewhat related to MMSD, definitely is, but this one's yours, and you're treating it as a utility the way it should be. We're doing projects that I think a lot of communities aren't doing just because stormwater is one of the first things that get cut out of the budget. And we've been doing this since 2006, I think. Prior to that, it was every year. $50,000 cut out of the budget year round. Yeah, cut out every year. Yeah, so we're doing a great job. We've had Doll Drive and things like that popping up recently. If you had to add that to the tax roll, that'd be very difficult. If you could even, you'd have to borrow for it, obviously, and it would impact.
You would, as you mentioned, it's one of those items that if it's a part of the general fund, it becomes very difficult to finance with, again, levy limit and expenditure restraint. And the costs are going to fluctuate depending on what projects you have. So having it as a part of a utility fund does provide that other revenue source. Okay. So that would conclude my remarks regarding the financial audit. Steve had asked me just to provide some high-level remarks regarding the American Rescue Plan. So there is a document that I had sent to Steve this afternoon. It's a PDF of a PowerPoint. I don't want people to panic. It's 50 pages and we're not going to go through all of this in great detail. Part of it is, I think it'll be a good reference document for you to take a look at. I think it is important to note that we are just starting. There is a time, there is time here. And, again, I'm talking with a lot of governments around the state of Wisconsin. I'm talking with the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, Department of Revenue. And I would say everyone, my advice would be is to pause and plan because there is time. And I'll go through the specific timeline. Again, this document, I'm going to stay at a pretty high level. This is a multidisciplinary approach. My background is more audit compliance related. I have colleagues who do focus in strategic planning, economic development. There are some slides in here in housing. There's a lot of discussion about that tonight. That is not my area of expertise. So you certainly can ask me questions on that. I may not have answers to you, and I certainly could get answers for you. So this starts with just some things about Baker Tilly. But I think what's important to note here is the American Rescue Plan. So I'm going to talk about the American Rescue Plan, and that is everything that you see on here. It's what you see on the left side, which I'll refer to as fiscal recovery funds or FRF. That is the direct funding that is going to state and local governments around the country. So this is funding that you're receiving that is non-competitive funding, simply a formulaic approach, and the village is receiving just over $1.1 million, and you'll receive just over $500,000 in the not too distant future in 2021, and you'll receive the second tranche in 2022. So that's really what's falling under the left side of this. And so that includes the state of Wisconsin's getting an allocation, Dane County's getting an allocation. Every government, and this is the first time in history, every government is getting an allocation. This also includes tribes and territories. On the right side are other provisions, and this is competitive funding. That is also part of the American Rescue Plan. So when you think about the American Rescue Plan, there's the money you're going to get. You do need to go and tell Department of Revenue you want the money and where it needs to go and so forth, and you're going to get your funds. But on the right hand are a lot of other, I'm going to refer to them as buckets of funding that is all competitive funding. So part of the strategy is around, is there competitive funding when the village thinks about its strategy to make the most of the money it's going to receive? Is there other competitive ARPA, I refer to it as ARP funding, that again is of interest to the village, and that can factor into your strategy. So when we talk about eligible uses in the FRS, so the fiscal recovery funds, we list here a number of ways in which the funds can be used. And right now, the Treasury issued an interim rule. So the interim rule is basically being exposed right now as an exposure draft. And communities, legislators, consultants are submitting questions to Treasury to say, okay, you issued this interim rule to us. You passed legislation in March. You gave us an interim rule in May. We don't know what this means. And so now Treasury is issuing frequently asked questions, which is on the Treasury website, of how to interpret the different aspects of the law. And so again, one of the reasons I say pause is there isn't a final rule yet. So I've had some clients call me and say, hey, can you calculate for us our lost revenue? Because that is a bucket that is eligible for this money. And we're saying we can do that now if you want, but we know there are still a lot of outstanding questions about that computation. You might want to wait until the final rule or until the final FAQs come out, so you're not spending on having us do it twice. So again, this kind of gives you the high level, where you can spend the money. And then on each of, yes.
One of the questions we had for Carla that I believe is going to Treasury is our athletic complex, which lost revenue but never had previous earnings. All the guidance we've seen is what did you earn in 2019 or 2018, 19? We had this thing up and running. We had operating costs associated with it. We have no revenue history. What do we do? So and we're going to try to figure that out and see what we can do. Yeah. So there's a few things we have to chat about.
It is. And, some of the recent FAQs say, clarify that you're not looking at budget, you're looking at actual. But there's a lot of questions that are coming up on the lost revenue calculation. And again, those questions will be submitted, and I have not submitted. I thought of it today. I'm like, I need to get that in there, and I will. What we've done here is to say, okay, on the top of these next slides here is where you have the non-competitive funding at the top, individual assistance, business assistance, not-for-profit assistance. And then below is where we've said, well, in addition to those FRF funds, there are other competitive funds. There's lots of other programs where, again, the village could potentially apply for more money to supplement the direct funding that it's going to receive. And so we're just trying to give you a snapshot of all the funding that is available to you, because it is overwhelming and people kind of say, they don't even know where to begin. So again, this is just, again, for infrastructure, public facilities, schools doesn't apply here, but here's again where there's other money available in other funding sources. So this is, again, just intended to be informational in nature and more for you to peruse. Again, if you kind of layer this in and you say, I want to do something related to infrastructure, which is, at the top right, then there's a graph here that says, okay, here are other agencies and where there's other programs where you can look to see where is other funding available. So as you're thinking about your strategy and you're putting together your wish list, potentially of how you might be able to utilize this fund, this is just something you can use in your strategy. I talked about the deadline. Again, I think it's important to note that some key things coming up are on Friday, the village does have to let Department of Revenue know that you are in fact accepting the funds. You do have until December 31st of 2024 to obligate the funds, but you have until 2026 to actually spend the funds. So say you enter into a project, you've entered into a contract and it's eligible under this particular program, you have then 2 years in order to spend that funding. So again, we're talking, 3.5 years from now to obligate it, 5.5 years from now to actually spend the money.
So the trigger for single audit is still based on spending versus receipt of funds?
Correct. So the village, in my history with the village, which is a pretty long history, I can't recall a situation where you needed, in addition to your financial audit, something we refer to as a single audit. It's when you spend over $750,000 in 1 year of federal funds. So it's a spending. So if you decide, for example, and you have your 1.1 million, but you spend $250,000 a year, you will not then meet the single audit requirement unless you get other federal funding that causes you to spend more than $750,000 in any one year. And what that just means is, at the end of the day, you're getting federal funds. You need to follow the rules associated with accepting those funds, having the right procurement policies, the right control environment. But with a single audit, it means that we add on procedures to our financial audit where we specifically audit those grant programs, and we look at the grant agreement, make sure you're in compliance with the grant agreement, and there's additional fund or additional reporting associated with that.
I believe I did the last single audit here
Oh, really?
in the late 1990s.
Okay, well, I started with Baker Tilly in 1993, so.
You were a client of mine for an interim period. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, Steve gets excited about this stuff. Not many people do. It's why, you know, the room cleared out when we started talking about the audit. I guess others don't find it that interesting either. In terms of, so again, there is some time associated with that. I mentioned the tranching of funds. The village is what is considered a non-entitlement unit of government because you have less than 50,000 in population. So they treated governments over 50,000 and under 50,000 different in the sense that Treasury is sending governments with over 50,000 in population their funding directly from Treasury. And that is because they already had the contact information. It was easier for Treasury to do that. There's a lot of units of government that Treasury just didn't have visibility to. And so that money for the NEUs is going to the state. So the state of Wisconsin is getting the money, and then the money will to Department of Revenue, and then they will pass that on to each community. We've had conversations with Department of Revenue. You know, the state is going to pass the money through. If you say you want the money, you're getting the money. The state cannot and will not be imposing any other restrictions on the money. So there's four main categories, and I have a lot of slides here, but there's four main buckets of how you can spend the money. The first being to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts. And that's assistance to households, small business, not-for-profits, and aids to tourism. I think the key here is on the bottom of page 19. And when you think about your projects, you have to say to yourself, is the identification of a need or negative impact because of COVID? And then is the solution you're proposing or what you're going to spend the money on to address that need or impact? You know, that's a key question you need to ask yourself, because the interim rule does list some eligible costs, but it is not an all-encompassing list. And so there is judgment involved. We are tracking, we've got a huge spreadsheet as things come up and clients are asking questions where we're saying, do we think it's eligible or not? And then kind of what's the risk? And a key here is just also about documentation. You know, that once you make your decisions and you come up with your strategy, you document what that strategy is and how it complies with the rule. The other thing has to do with premium pay. So this was workers who were performing essential work during COVID-19 and the public health emergency, and there's rules around premium pay and how you can use money for premium pay. And then revenue loss, I talked about this initially. Revenue loss is one of them. It is a calculation. My recommendation is you wait till the final rule, and then you can do a calculation of what your lost revenue is. You base that on 2019. That's your base year. And then you can look at the next 4 years. And if you have lost revenues over those 4 years, you can use that money. There's a lot of flexibility. It has to be used for government operations is the bottom line. And there are some inflators that you can look at. So lost revenue is something I do recommend. To me, that's the low-hanging fruit. Once we have an update to the FAQs, I would calculate what that number is and utilize, because you're gonna have a lot more flexibility with that money. And then the last is infrastructure. And I will say that a lot of governments, and I'm gonna call it the easy button, many are picking infrastructure, and what qualifies as water, sewer, and broadband. And governments are saying, yes, I have a need. I can easily use it and deploy it for this purpose. It's what I'm going to use it for. Again, we're saying, pause, because there may be a better use of the money for a longer impact for the community. And there may be other funds even available that can finance some of the other infrastructure projects that maybe you don't need to use your direct funding for. But those are the four main categories. And then I have a number of slides here on housing. I'm not going to go through them. I'm not an expert in this area, but they may be of interest to you. It's just a snapshot. I borrowed these slides from someone who had created them, and they're going to be delivering this to some groups who are interested. But there is competitive funding available for low and middle income home buyers, for emergency rental assistance. There's homeowner assistance funds, emergency housing vouchers. I mean, there's a lot of things that are available in the housing space if that's something that is of interest to you. So wrapping this up, you can use the funds. It's specifically addressed to Q&A if you do choose to administer funds. I do have some clients, large clients that are getting, $20+ million, some counties who are going to actually hire individuals to actually administer the funds because it's just, they cannot stay on top of it. And it does allow for them to pay for some of those costs with the federal dollars. And then this is some ineligible costs. You can't use it to fund a pension. This is not an impact in Wisconsin. As I mentioned, you have the Wisconsin Retirement Plan, which is a fully funded plan. Our neighbors to the south in Illinois, they have had some pension problems. And part of this is they didn't want people to use this funding to, plug holes in pension plans. Again, the timeline, we've talked about that as it relates to costs. The costs really begin on or after March 3rd of 2021. And we've talked about when they need to be incurred and obligated by. Reporting, the village will need to do an annual reporting to Treasury to show how it has spent the funds. And again, there are requirements that Steve is aware of what he needs to do. And then lastly, just wrapping it up, just reminders of there is time, and we've given some strategy and checklist considerations, in terms of doing, strategic needs analysis or monitoring the rules, what kind of programs might you want to develop from this funding? Do you want to go after any of the competitive fundings that might be available to you? And lastly, you are receiving federal dollars and you need to be sure you're complying with that. So we've indicated ways and things to think about as you're starting, and other, checklist readiness kind of checklist considerations that we would encourage you to take a look at as the village board. And then we have some resources on our website with, I think, some good visual things and presentations that might be of assistance and links to other things. So to me, this is really the start of a conversation, a lot to go over tonight. I'm happy to address or answer questions, or I'll try to.
All right. Well, we'll have a couple of questions and then we're going to take a 5-minute break. I've been in this chair since 4:30 and I need a break.
Understood.
Rebecca.
Thank you. This has been very informative. Are we going to have access to this PDF or these
Yes,
slides?
I shared it with Steve, and so Steve has a copy of it.
I'd love to.
With all the links.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? If not, I'd like to pause for 5 minutes and I'd like to thank you for spending as much time with us. I'd also like to commend the staff on another good audit outcome. Thank you, Steve, and your team. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and thank you to management as well. Thank you.
It's helpful. Thank you. All right. Let's take 5. All right, I think we're all back and settled. We're going to continue with new business. And we will start with item 8.1, which is a discussion and possible action, but really just discussion tonight regarding a policy regarding when we recognize or do recognition resolutions. I have had requests, and I know I've had one from Rebecca and Bill regarding Abe and Eagle Scout. And we've also had requests for groups recognition. We've had requests for other individuals. And at times we've not done some of them. At times we've done them. But what I'm suggesting and have brought forward for discussion tonight is the potential for us to develop a policy that says when we recognize somebody and under what conditions. Researched a number of communities. I found some areas where many communities have formal resolutions, they have proclamations, they have certificates of recognition, letters of memoriam, recognition plaques. There's just all sorts of options out there. Some of it is done with the village board or the community council. Some of it is done by staff and administrators. Some of it is done based on, most of it is done based on standards or principles that identify the areas of achievement that have great impact on a whole community. So one of my hopes is that we can look at filling out a set of standards and acknowledge who we want and how we want to represent or to recognize people and under what circumstances, in what kind of way. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. This old lady's eyes like that a lot. So I wanted to bring this forward as something for us to begin to discuss, because the more we hand out recognition without it meaning something or having standards that say why we want to recognize someone and under what condition, I think the less meaningful it becomes across the community. So it seems to me that we're clever enough to work through some of these issues, and not all tonight, but that I would like to see us continue to do more research and bring forward to the board a resolution or a policy that would in fact identify when we recognize people. So with that, I have looked at doing some of this stuff separate from the whole board. I mean, there are times when people may in fact, if we have the right policy, be able to have the administrator or the clerk issue a recommendation for something. We have a variety of organizations that do things in town that are very helpful, very impactful. I think about the feeding program for kids in the summer, or I think about the Boy Scouts who maybe do a variety of cleanup projects or paint a bridge for us, or is that at the same level as somebody who does something else very major? And so I really want us to start to think about this so we work through when we're going to recognize people and when we're not. Clearly, we want to make sure that we are looking at a formal resolution as kind of the highest board honor. And it has to be for extraordinary, lasting, and very significant contributions to the community. We don't want to ever recognize things that are partisan in nature, or that in fact are commercial or very narrow individual purposes. We really need, I think, to think about when we're going to do it and how we're going to do it. So I would like to suggest that we ask the clerk when Luke returns and Steve and to start to look at this with us and to come up with a policy that allows us to have a good sense for when we're going to recognize someone and how. And with that, I'll quit talking and open it up to discussion or comment. Yes, Rebecca.
Thank you. While I understand what you're talking about, and in one sense, I don't necessarily have a problem with that, and maybe it is a good idea to create a policy. We have an ordinance in our own village ordinance. It's Chapter 1, Section 1.08, 2MA. It's regarding preparation of an agenda when two trustees timely request any appropriate item to be included on the agenda, the village president shall include it on the agenda for the next regular meeting. We did make an appropriate request in a timely manner, but it was either ignored or it was delayed, whatever. I'm not sure what the issue was. And that there would be ever an issue with recognizing a resident of this village who voluntarily serves this community with distinction. It's concerning, to say the least. And we would like to know why you have refused to obey the very village ordinance that states this.
I don't think I've refused to obey the very village ordinance. Should it have been on tonight's meeting? Maybe. But I felt we needed to discuss who we were recognizing and how before I really wanted us to go there. And I also wanted to know that we were coming to a point where we could recognize someone and it would pass. It could be very embarrassing the other way.
Embarrassing for who? Those who voted, or the person that was supposedly being recognized or not recognized?
The latter.
Okay. Well, I would disagree that it should have been on this meeting, but it also should have been on the last one. It was brought in a timely manner according to the ordinance. And my personal opinion, take it for what it is. You can disagree with me or not. Unless the board plans on unlawfully, disregarding an ordinance, I think it should be on the agenda next time for both of these.
Point taken. Comments? Bill?
Yeah, two trustees sponsor something. I think that's kind of important. That's part of our representative government. Legislation is sponsored, requires sponsors, whether it's at our level or the state. And if two trustees come forward, it must have some meaning to it. Of course, I'm not going to sit there and have a resolution thanking Pepsi unless, say, they donate $5 million, and I'll probably get on my knees and thank them. But two trustees do come forward. I think it's important. It's how America operates with legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Jim?
I can appreciate Bill and Rebecca's bringing the resolution forward, or bringing the idea forward. And I also appreciate acknowledging people for their work. And I know Abe has done, particularly we were talking about Abe. Abe has done an amazing job for our village. What's that? And somebody else? Okay. But I also want to mention, it's something that I thought of on the way here, is there was another person that stepped down from the planning and zoning, as Scott Riegstead, and I think it's a good thing to do that bit of a step back, and it could have been brought forward and we could have tabled it for the further discussion. But I think it's good to understand what, say, committees or what sort of term we start to recognize. And to further complicate things, I know there's been different ad hoc committees, and I'm not touting anything I did, but I can just say from history, there was like the FUDA, that was about a 2-year commitment that people put quite a bit of time in, and I don't remember necessarily a resolution on that, but we're talking about other ad hoc committees that we're doing. Do we want to acknowledge people when an ad hoc committee is done too? So I think that's all good things that we can discuss further.
Thank you, Jim. Tushika?
In staying with the agenda, I do appreciate this discussion coming up, and I do support having further discussion on this. I do want us to really think about the slippery slope we create when we talk about service and servitude and participating in your village and being part of a community and growing it. We definitely don't want to send the message that one person's effort is more important than someone else, irregardless or regardless of how many years they put forth that effort. So I think we should take that into consideration as well. And I think what President Cahill Wolfgram has suggested would allow us to start those conversations and move them forward. I think historically we have had different things that we've put forth and we've just gone with it. And I think a policy or a resolution will give teeth, but also clarity and consistency. That is what I am most concerned with, is the lack of consistency and the lack of transparency when we're nominating different individuals in the community and the message that that sends, right? There are a lot of community members who give what they can. And I don't want that to be overshadowed by someone who may have the opportunity to give all the time because that's what their life allows for. So I really appreciate this conversation coming up. And I think that this is something we should address in a very respectful and a collegial way, because once again, we are being watched and we set the stage of what people expect, and the behavior that we put forth will be imitated one way or the other.
Thank you. Abby?
Let me make sure it's on. Well, first, I guess I would agree with what Trustee Allen just said. I pretty much having the same thoughts. And well, I guess I'll start with a question. I think you said, Trustee Witherspoon, I believe you said there was 2 resolutions. Is it about the same person? Okay, I'll let her answer because I don't know what the 2 resolutions were.
2 resolutions. One was for Abe Degman for his 13 years post village board on various committees. The other one was for an Eagle Scout who significantly contributed to our community that will be happening for many years to come with the donation of the military crosses that he created as part of his Eagle Scout project. And it's going to be benefiting this community for years to come. He did not have to do that. He did it without any prompting. He donated it without any prompting. And I felt it was something that was truly significant that not many people would even consider doing. And I thought it was worthy of a recognition from this community for a very significant contribution.
Okay, thank you. I think that's, let's see what, so I guess to first respond to what Rebecca shared with her concerns, in relation to the ordinance, I'll leave that up to the village president of, her, I guess, what to do about that. But the second point about recognizing someone and if there would be embarrassment or who would it be embarrassed by, I guess I think it's important to have a policy in place, because when we as a board, are going to recognize someone, it might be embarrassing for the person that we're trying to recognize if it's not a unanimous vote or it's voted down. But also, I think on a bigger picture is it could be an embarrassment for the village, because you're saying you want to recognize someone And if it doesn't fall through, you're basically going back on your word. And I just don't think that's a good thing to communicate to the community. I am wondering, you know, if we develop a policy, is there anything preventing committees, village committees from doing their own recognitions? Is that possible? Yeah, okay.
Colleen?
I've been thinking along those same lines all while this conversation's been going on, Abby. I know when Myra Josephson left the police commission, they did their own commission recognition of Myra. When a trustee has left the village board, we've done our recognition. And I like the looks of that. Let the committee that you've been serving on note you're leaving. But I am in favor of some objective criteria on why these things would be done.
Steve?
Yeah, and I echo that. It's very, very difficult as staff to determine when somebody should be recognized and when not. We are here day to day. We do have a pretty good pulse on the people that come and go and can contribute to this community. The Park and Rec disbanded, Public Works disbanded. I can't tell you for certain if those people are recognized, many of which had been around for quite a while. Yeah, so I mean, this starts a slippery slope. We want to make sure that we are consistent. Recognizing some people and not others is, you know, you're uplifting somebody, but other, you know, tenfold are now disappointing. So I think we need some structure. I think this is probably a good time to start looking at that.
Good, thank you. Other comments? If not, I would recommend that we ask staff to work with us on developing a policy that we can bring back to this group. Okay? 8.2, discussion and potential action to begin design and bidding for Conservancy Way. Judd Blau.
Hello. So with the advent of River Road realignment coming here very shortly with the development in Conservancy, we are asking for that segment of Conservancy Way, which will become the new River Road. There's those two short stubs that were probably put in 2003, 2004. I don't know if Brandy can bring up the GIS map in case anybody has questions as to what those are. But in order, we'd like to have those redone while that other segment of River Road, the realignment is done. And it makes sense because it'll be a timely fashion. That road is in somewhat of disrepair, and it'll be one continuous segment of new road that we put into place. And so I'm just looking for the board's support, kind of a thumbs up that we can go forward and put together the bid through Veerbecker and look at those options for costs. Jim?
Question, Jim, please. We're all getting used to the microphone, sorry.
Like unmute, but different.
Yeah. So I guess I question, and maybe you don't know, what do you mean by redone? Are you talking like a mill and overlay, or you're talking reconstruction of that?
It's not, it wouldn't be a reconstruction. It would be either a mill and overlay or a pulverize and pave. I don't know what, we'd have to talk with Veerbecker under what their recommendation is for that.
Okay. One other suggestion is I'd look at the curb ramps because I think you'll need to update those also.
Oh, for compliance with ADA or other things? Yeah, we'll certainly look into those and make sure there's adjusted for them if they need to be tweaked.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? So we're talking about potential action, and Steve?
May I suggest design? I don't know if we're ready.
Not for go for bid, but design work.
This is part of the TID plan that will be in front of P&Z on the 22nd. So it's not, we don't have a funding source yet, but we're hoping that TID 5 can afford this along with the rings doing the rest of the road. So it's going to take, unless you want to use taxpayer money and borrowing, it's a little late this year to do that, but this is contingent on getting TID assistance, the actual project, but we certainly can go look at the design. Go ahead.
But I think we want to get it out for bid. There's a sense of urgency to have it lined up. And if we go out for bid and we don't have a funding source, we just don't accept the bid,
Right.
we would delay it.
Correct.
How much do you
Thanks.
think it'll cost? 300,000?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
So what you need from us tonight is permission to go out for bid and begin the design.
Yeah, begin the design, which will give us an OPC, an estimate of what that cost will be, and then potentially go out for bid to get low bidders, and then it'll go through the rest of the process there.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to approve going out for design and bids.
Make a motion.
Bill made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Colleen, second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Judd. All right, presentation and discussion of a concept plan for indoor-outdoor golf-oriented recreation proposal along Interstate 90, 9439. Michelle, thank you.
Sure. Good evening. We're very happy to have here with us Ryan Ringett as well as Bill Ringett, and they're on Zoom here joining us. And as Steve mentioned earlier, we've been meeting with Bill and Ryan for quite some time on this exciting proposal that they have for you, and we're excited about their interest in DeForest. So I'm going to just go ahead and turn it over to them. They have a PowerPoint presentation and a short video that they're going to show to introduce you to themselves, introduce you to the project, and talk about the community benefits. So I'll go ahead and there'll be plenty of time for questions for them. I'll go ahead and go to the back and come back up later. Thanks. Go ahead. We're going to put the PowerPoint up. Thanks, Brandy. And then Ryan and Bill, go ahead.
Sure.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Bill Rangett speaking. I just wanted to briefly address one of the comments from I believe her name was Lisa earlier today, and then Ryan can get into this presentation about the current court case that's on file. That is a dispute over a commission of a sale of a property and a purchase of a property over 2 years ago. And it's a $75,000 total maximum outlay on it. And we're going to let the courts decide who's right on that project. And if there's, if the village or if the staff would like some more information about my past, which they have most of it already, I'd be more than happy to sit down and talk to them in detail about what happened during the financial crisis of 2008. And with that, I'll turn that over to Ryan and he can give the presentation about pin seekers. Thanks.
Great. Good evening. So my name's, thank you again for your time. I know it's running late. I did this presentation on Monday that I took a lot of time, so I will try to move through it fast for everyone this evening and give you the appropriate information. So yeah, my name is Ryan Ringett. I've been a general manager and operations manager at Vitense on the west side of Madison for about the last 7 years. Myself and my father have really been working on this project for about almost 10 years now, and working on the right location. And like Michelle had mentioned, we've come through several different locations outside of DeForest and inside of DeForest. And this is kind of where we've led to now moving forward. So if I have the PowerPoint up, it kind of skipped off on me. I'm not sure exactly why, but I'll run through some key personnel as we're talking about this. Obviously myself.
Can you just give us a minute here to get the PowerPoint back up?
Sure, sorry.
Hold on just a minute, Ryan.
Okay.
Ryan, are you also on the telephone at the same time?
I can hang up my.
Yeah, that would be great. I think that's perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Great. Okay. So this is the concept that we have drawn up right now. And I'll kind of go into this in depth and a little bit further here, but you can kind of see from the front entrance walking in what the pin seekers potentially can be. So if you flip to the next slide, really just talking about some of the key personnel here, myself being majority owner and general manager. I am a golf professional by trade. That is my background. I've been working in the golf industry for my whole adult life. I'm 37 now, and really have kind of evolved in the golf industry. And as golf kind of went down in 2008 and over the years, it's evolved into a much more of an entertainment-based sport now. And so a little history about myself. Jenna Rakowski will also help as an owner and a project manager as we create the pin seekers. My father, Bill Ranget, is the developer of the project. And then a couple other key people is Bob Seeger, who is architect, Svet as a civil engineer, and then Paul as the construction consultant. So they have helped us along with this project here for the last couple of years. With that being said, like Michelle said, I do have a quick video. This kind of gives you a brief description of what Top Tracer actually is and what it can do for a facility like ours. And once that'll play, then I'll continue forward.
What if I told you there's a way to fix your slice in 15 golf swings? Would you believe me? Well, here's a golfer who's coming way over the top, as you can see here. And within 15 practice shots, he was getting his club into the slot. That over the top.
Top Tracer, a technology that's revolutionized the way people experience golf.
Top Tracer has really changed broadcast golf. I sometimes compare it like the world was black and white, and then the world was color.
Corner oak tree, Top Tracer is going to follow it.
It's like golf's first and 10 line, changing the way golf is watched on TV while driving massive global brand awareness.
Top Tracer technology powered by Top Golf.
Developing the most trusted, most accurate, and most used ball tracing technology. Transforming the traditional driving range, making golf more fun and engaging.
Really creating fun on the driving range.
Increasing foot traffic and revenue for range owners around the globe. A capital-light solution to increasing Topgolf's physical network, connecting fans with each other and our brand.
If Top Tracer range is at the right facilities, it impacts their business for 20 years, and the growth will be attributed to Top Tracer.
Over 4,000 Top Tracer bays at 250 plus driving ranges in 27 countries. Top Tracer.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate you playing that video for me. So if you go to the next slide, most of you are familiar with where this location or where we're looking for this location. But you know, a very cool video. I think it's pretty empowering for what golf has to potentially bring forward to not only the village and the community, but golf in general. And, you know, the president of the PGA, which was on that last little segment, I thought was really interesting and kind of has set deeply with me personally. And I kind of played and mixed with his words a little bit, but, you know, with the right facility and the right village, in the right location, I think that, you know, this type of facility can really change the sports complex that you're looking to do over the next 20 years. And it's really an innovative technology that is engaging people together. So I hope you appreciate it as we move forward. But anyways, the parcel that we're looking at is right over the mouse hand right there, in that, I guess, yellow line area. And we're looking to use about 14 acres of that property. And our main entrance would be directly adjacent from the ABS entrance. So that would have our exit and entrance right there. And so that kind of will give you a nice understanding. You know, we're looking to have this kind of be just to the south of the Andersons property. And then it would be just north of exactly where the ABS sign is off the interstate, just for a little reference point for you there. So if you flip to the next slide, this is a conceptual design of actually what the driving range would look like. And you can see we're at about 300 yards roughly there. Most of that would all be real grass in that aspect. The targets or the circle areas would be synthetic grass with essentially like rope lighting that lights up for golfers to be interactive with. You have 2 miniature golf courses there, and which I'll touch on a little bit later, along with some retention storm area that we've been working with the village and trying to get the right storm retention areas there for the project. We do have an 86 square foot outlet there that at this time we have no future plans for. I would say that, you know, somewhere down the line, I would love it to be in relationship with the sporting complex out in DeForest. But at this time, we have no plans for it. So just kind of keeping that in mind. And then I guess the last point that I would ask or mention there is right at the top of the page, which is a little hard to see, the Andersons, who own the property directly north, had asked us for a privacy fence to be put into there, kind of to separate the properties from them, which obviously we're happy to do. And so that was in there as well. So continuing to the next slide, some of the bigger concerns that I think the village has had, at least in our preliminary talks, is a little bit about traffic and how the traffic flow on River Road, especially with the expansion of River Road, how that would flow into pin seekers and work. And I would just say that I know the village is working on some impact traffic flow diagnostics. I don't know if that's not the right word, but I'm working with some traffic flow, and we understand that we may have to accommodate some turn lanes or some pass-through lanes in that aspect if that comes back in favor of being too much traffic. So lighting, I think, is a big thing that is at least we've tried to address extremely well with the technology that we're using. We do need certain light, obviously at night when we're in an entertainment environment, but all of that lighting would be directed downlight or downlightwards, which will help reduce the overall footprint in the sky. And then the last thing we're looking for approximately 150 feet to 250 feet of light that would be attached to the building heading south towards the baseball diamonds. And that is directly in regards to what Top Tracer and their technology needs for lighting in order to track balls at nighttime. And then, so I'll touch this on the next slide, but it's basically a 10-foot candle radius that we're looking to that helps illuminate the lights. And again, that would be about 150 feet out and about 100 feet up into the air. As far as noise, you know, hopefully the plan is that pin seekers will help actually reduce some of the noise based off of the interstate and the volume that can be a nice barrier between any potential residential in the future and obviously the driving range in that regards. We would have a rooftop terrace that is in this plan as well. That rooftop terrace does have a high barrier glass wall that'll help reduce sound as well. So flipping on to the next slide, this gives you a little bit of understanding of the light that I was talking about. So on the right picture there, you can see a light that's projecting out, which goes out about 55 yards and up about 33 yards. And that is the light that would be there to track the golf ball. After that, it's all computer algorithms and things to simulate those exact things. So we don't need actually any physical light except for ambience out on the driving range. To the left is just an exact example of how intense the lighting would be. So black, or where the building is, would be 0. And as you move out into the range, that is that radius of the candle, or that 10-foot candle that I'm talking about. So you can see it's more intense into the middle and at that point, and not so much on the outsides. Flip to the next slide. This is just a little bit of examples of my current facility that I work at. We do have Top Tracer at that facility as well. And this can kind of show a nice representation of the lighting that is needed. On the top right, you can see the lights that are posted on top of the building. Again, that's for the Top Tracer. On the bottom side, you can see actually standing in that physical bay or suite, as I refer to it, and kind of looking out into the driving range. If you notice out in the driving range, those are relatively reduced lighting. Again, just so as the ball lands, you have kind of a reference point to how far out it is out on the driving range. On the top left is what I'm looking to do at Pin Seekers. And so you can see it's very dark out in the actual driving range with just some of that aluminum lighted rope that is around the target areas that really helps interacting with the technology of Top Tracer and watching the golf ball. So it's kind of engaging the customer in that whole experience, very similar to like a Top Golf. If you move to the next slide, myself as a PGA golf professional, I've worked my whole career in helping build the game, bringing the community together, whether those are outreaches for charity events, working with community or local community businesses and doing team building. And then obviously working with the local golf team and school district to help kind of bring another activity into ViTent or into Pin Seekers, which we currently do at ViTents now. With that all being said, I am a golf professional by trade, and I do teach quite a bit of lessons. So I would like to start an academy program there as well, which will have other opportunities within the village to help support kind of that overall goal of working together as a community. So if you flip to the next slide, this is just really some brief pictures. Again, bringing families together, opportunity for ladies' nights out, social gatherings, great for juniors in that regards. Special birthday parties, bachelorette parties, weddings, receptions, things of that nature, really encompassing all of that together at this type of facility and being able to hold that in-house while still giving them an opportunity to have some fun entertainment while they're there for their parties or their business meetings. The next slide talks a little bit about year-round facilities. So this is a year-round facility, pretty much closing down for a couple holidays throughout the year, but that's really about it. This gives you a good visual of Topgolf facilities as well as ViTents currently and how we manage the snow in the wintertime, especially in the Midwest, and the heating elements. So I use 90,000 BTU heaters that are really directed downwards towards the golfer, and that'll keep you fairly comfortable. So you can think at about 30 degrees, that'll be about 20 to 25 degrees warmer. So you can be very comfortable in a t-shirt or a long sleeve shirt hitting at that weather. Obviously, as it gets a little colder, you might need to throw on a jacket or a sweatshirt, but in general, it keeps you fairly warm. And then from the entertainment side or the sitting side where people are sitting there watching their party, we have down heaters as well. So it really embraces that whole outside environment and keeping people comfortable year round. And then the bottom picture shows a little bit of how, not a very good picture representation, but how we would plow that driving range and manage the snow, obviously in the winter time. So if you flip to the next slide, please. So this is just all walks of life. Golf is typically been a white, wealthy male sport. And over my whole professional career, we've worked to try to change that, engage more juniors, more ethnic, diverse backgrounds, obviously females as well in that regard. And so this is a very nice and less intimidating way to get a golf club in somebody's hand and get them at least hitting a golf ball. And, some people have changed their direction of actually not even ever going onto a golf course and really just going to a facility like mine. And they find that more entertaining and more of a value for them. So really getting rid of dress codes, getting rid of 5-hour rounds. This is a much more intimate, interactive area where you can spend 1 or 2 hours and not waste a whole potential half day. I know it's always a challenge for me to get out on the golf course with my family. So if you flip to the next slide, there's a lot of detail in this, and I'll just kind of briefly go over it, but there's lots of different games that you can do within this technology. The cool or the interesting thing about this technology is Topgolf, I would say, is not generally for the golfer, but this can actually help a true golfer trying to improve his or her game in that regards. And there's technology that'll literally go right into your mobile device and you can keep all of that information with you. So that's pretty neat, very leading edge on the golf aspect of technology. Go Fish, great for juniors, great opportunity to jump in. You're hitting golf balls out on the driving range and you're trying to catch different types of fish. Points game is very similar to Topgolf. It's very interactive. It's kind of like horse or pig in that matter, where you're hitting golf shots out there and trying to accumulate points to beat your friends, your partners, whoever that may be. Virtual golf, probably the most popular, 12 to 13 different virtual golf courses throughout the world that are on there. Those are all world-renowned courses. We have the US Open going this week where we have interactive leaderboards with other facilities throughout the country, and we'll have different games and different challenges that they can play. So if you go on to the next slide, this is actually more of the physical building structure and what we potentially would like to ask for your approval for looking like. So again, you saw the top and the very first slide there. Down below is a Topgolf facility, which is very close to our design with our architect and that nice U shape. And then the building, total building size, including the bays, is about 18,000 square feet, to give you a nice reference point. If you flip to the next page, so our goal and our advantage is a very open, clean, modern concept within within Pin Seekers. And within Pin Seekers, really the idea is to get people in, get them checked into their areas. And then this is outdoor activities. So we want people out enjoying their time. So there's a concierge, there's a guest service, there's a check-in. In that regards, there's a host for the food and beverage area, but otherwise the majority of the activity is outside. This gives you a good representation of that open feel, kind of that double feeling from the main level to second level open with all glass there, kind of looking out towards the driving range. And the next slide shows a little bit about our bays and our seating areas. Couple things to note: television, live music, or music in there, as well as obviously the heaters. The seating areas there, we would actually kind of mix use high and low tops throughout the facility. And there's one mat, or the one bay, can fit anywhere from 4 to 6 people relatively comfortably. So that just kind of gives you an understanding of the picture of the suites or the hitting area looking out into the driving range. If you just go to the next slide, please. So meeting spaces are our meeting spaces in general. I think the unique thing to our meeting spaces is that they can be divided into several smaller meeting spaces. And then they also have sliding glass doors that would open out to the hitting bays. So you're doing networking, team building, things of that nature. When you're taking breaks and pausing from that there's an extra outlet there for people to kind of engage in different ways and be entertained as well. Those meeting spaces, I believe, are about 120 to 180. I think I said 200 in Monday, but I think they're a little bit smaller than that. So if you go to the next slide, I'm sorry. So miniature golf. Miniature golf is one of the most fun and interesting things to me. It's kind of, Tiger Woods has taken a whole new twist on miniature golf and really kind of giving it more of that feel of open grass, right? Even though it's all synthetic, down to the grass, to the water, to the walk areas, it really has that open feel to it. At Vitense on the west side of Madison, we've taken a different approach. Obviously that's 65 years into there, but our miniature golf is much more interactive. So we have climbing walls, slides, things like that, for kids to play. So this is definitely open for families and friends in that regard. And I think we encourage that, but this also gives it a unique twist that is new to the miniature golf market in that regards. And then I would just say the picture on the left kind of would give you an old traditional miniature golf style, kind of very blah, but straightforward holes, some nice walking paths through there, a lot of visually nice stuff, but not very challenging holes. Move to the next slide. So bar, restaurant, and rooftop bar. Again, these are concept pictures that you can help you visualize. But in our floor plan, the picture on the left, we're looking for more of an upscale high-end sports bar. That bar would seat roughly 30 people with both booth and tables for inside full service dining. So that's a very unique opportunity there. Is, obviously throughout the village and surrounding areas, people can come in, dine, and have a good experience there without even ever going onto the driving range or hitting golf balls for that matter. Rooftop Terrace, again, has its own separate bar. The interesting thing with this is they actually have sliding glass garage doors that would go off, so you can shut that area down in the wintertime and still utilize your third level. And then we would hopefully, with the boards and the village's permission, looking for a music venue out there as well in regards to, you know, acoustic entertainment and live music and on certain periods of the evening time. If we move to the next slide, so we have done a little 3D rendering of this actual project. I guess the interesting thing here to note is that you can kind of see it has that very similar feel to Topgolf here. And the front kind of looks like that and has that nice visual impact there. You can kind of see it ramps up and we'll actually walk into the second level as versus to the main floor. And then the left side here just kind of gives you an idea of what the bays will look like looking from south to north at the facility. Move to the next slide. These are some more renderings. So again, you've seen the bottom rendering. Some interesting things to note is the steel frames around the glass windows there. The outdoor rooftop having that glass barrier railing that we were talking about, and then the general height of the facility. So if you move to the next slide, I think that shows that, yes, it does. So that shows the height of the building about 44 feet tall. And then we would talk about netting. So netting, we would start that netting at about 50 feet tall. That would be all the way up to 160 feet. And the idea about that is obviously to keep all the golf balls contained in the driving range area, and it limits risk on everybody's part. Talking again with some of your people from the village, you know, it had been mentioned to kind of work to help make the netting and the poles a less of an eyesore and more blending in with the skyline and the sky in that regard. So we've worked with some of my vendors that I currently have on some netting and the fencing. Light green's really, really hard to get. It might be doable, but that grayish tint is totally achievable in that regards. And then the pole structures, those are custom built structures. So again, the light gray kind of blending in with the sky had been advised for us to try to go down that route, and we see no problem with that at all moving forward. So that just kind of gives you, you know, that's a pretty tall pole there to get there with 160 feet. So wanted to make sure that that was noted there, and it will taper down, excuse me, as the golf ball kind of descends towards the end of the driving range. Flip to the next slide. This is a main level. So the main level is a main level, but for us, it would be our second floor. The reason for really having people enter in the second floor is most people that come to hit at this type of facility like to be up a little bit higher. It gives the non-golfer an opportunity to have the golf ball fly into the air. And so that really allows you to utilize your bays a little bit more effectively. So on a slower afternoon on a Monday, you can close the lower level. And then as you get busier throughout the week, you can open up all three levels. But you walk in from the top here of the page into the lobby area, which you kind of have seen some pictures of. A large working space area, club fixing, club repair, golf balls, things of that nature, with some admin offices as well. The main feature, obviously, on the main level is the restaurant with a full bar sitting area here. You can see the glass that's already been created, so you get to see golfers hitting and having fun as you're sitting and dining. We've worked with some local vendors on the kitchen display and setup here as well on the left side. So we feel pretty confident about that, giving service areas to each individual level, as well as dumb waiters, as well to service all three levels. To the right and left gives you some unique opportunities for private lessons for academies, and and private group events that they may want to only have that one particular area spaced off for them. And then the only other thing I would mention about this is at Vitens right now, we have about 9 feet 6 inches and 10 feet deep for each individual bay. This is projected at 12 feet by 12 feet. So it's a nice wide open space in that regards. So if we would flip to the next slide, please. So this is the lower level. So you would walk in on the main level and then walk downward. Downward here is a nice opportunity for people that are just there to play miniature golf to walk right over and check in for miniature golf. We also have designed an outdoor area for people to check in. Again, messing or playing with the friends and family aspect, the younger demographic that may not want to come in for the full entertainment experience. There's a nice walking path right to that area where they can check in and play miniature golf completely outside and outside of Pin Seeker's indoor entertainment. You can see the conference rooms right in the middle. Those again with the divider wall, the sliding doors out to the bays. And then the whole left side of the lower level is really employee and storage area. I've stored plows, mowers, ball pickers, 350,000 golf balls need to be stored somewhere. So that's kind of the outline there. The thing I didn't mention in one of the previous slides is all the way to the left, you can see the red there. That is a fence that we would have blocked off for all the service, maintenance, outdoor stuff that we would need for the facility. So go to the next slide, please. This is the third level. So the upper level, as we refer to it, again, walking up the main stairs there, open lobby, concept to the lobby down below. We have a nice little sitting area with 2 indoor golf simulators. Again, weather's always a challenge. So some days it's too hot, some days it's raining. People cancel their tee times. This is just another opportunity for mixed use sports of virtual golf, soccer, basketball, a whole bunch of different sports that you can really play on these virtually in an indoor environment, which is pretty nice. And then as you follow the third level, the whole left side, as we look at it, is really the outdoor terrace with the garage doors that would be contract or be able to come down, as well as the service area. And then from there, you can also close down that bar completely in the wintertime or in slow peak times as well. Bathrooms on each level to service all of the guests. And then on the emergency side, outside in the bays areas, you can see stairwells down each level. Again, that's a safety aspect as well. So I guess my last slide that I really have is just that the FAA and the approvals that we had from them, we were concerned with the pole height. And so we wanted to reach out to the FAA to make sure that we weren't in any flight patterns, needed any special lighting or any of that. We were flagged as in a little box, but after the approval process, we don't need any extra things from the FAA as far as our pole height. And as well as the Wisconsin DOT. Approvals came through on those last month. And so we should be good from there. That's really dealing with the setback and the easement for how tall the poles are and what the DOT's expectation is from that. So sorry, I tried to talk really fast, but with that, that's my presentation. And I guess I would open it up to questions from there.
Thank you. Does anyone on the board have questions? Abby?
Thank you. First question is, have you had this kind of project in a different community before, or is this your first time doing this kind of project?
Well, Vitense would be the closest project to this. So I would say to your question, yes, I have been directly in it for over the last 7 years. I've been directly working with Topgolf, Top Tracer, and Vitense to kind of create this. This magnitude of this facility would be my first one.
Okay, thank you. And then another question I have is that I did get an email earlier today from a resident. I think she did some internet research, and I wanted to give you a chance to, if you wanted to respond. She sent me like some links to concerns about housing discrimination with people with disabilities. And there was one was related to, I think, charging with HUD, and another one was a reprimand from the Wisconsin Real Estate Board. I believe it was two different locations, 2 different families. Just wondering if you had anything to say about it.
It's the first I've ever heard of it, so I have nothing to say on that matter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Bill?
Yeah, Ryan, why do you need our assistance? Why, can you just build it by yourself or?
Well, I mean, it's a very, very big and unique project. And, you know, as we've moved forward and tried to find the right location, we're looking for a partnership. And that's really what we are trying to do, or that's what I'm trying to do, I should say, is I'm looking for a strategic partner in a village, a city, something of that regards that is trying to help grow a community with a safe and unique activity.
Well, I understand the partnership type or buy-in, the community buys in. I think you know, it's a man cave and you'll do well, but I just don't understand with your dad and his deals over the year, why you can't just buy it or build it.
I mean,
let me touch bases on that a little bit. The project is it's pushing up to $10.4 million currently. Because it's a newer business or a new business, it needs 30 to 35% equity in order to get any financing for it. So the 1.1 million is part of that 35% equity. The balance is coming from cash from the owners in it. And so we're putting $2.5 million into it, and we need assistance in order to put to get to that equity point. The funding looks like it's going to be a combination of a SBA loan and a USDA loan. No single lender in Madison. Actually, I'd go farther than that. Will finance the project without the government-backed guarantees.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Who was that was just speaking?
Bill Ringet.
That was Bill. Okay. Thank you. I actually do like the project. I don't have anything against the project itself. I, like a lot of people who have expressed some concerns about this. I literally just found out about this 2 days ago, and we were presented with this, and apparently we're supposed to vote on this tonight. And it's a pretty big project, and there's some legitimate concerns regarding some of this legal stuff. And I would like to ask you on where else have you looked or presented this project?
We've presented to the Windsor, Sun Prairie, 2 locations in the city of Madison. We looked at other locations within DeForest. The challenge is finding 14 plus acres that runs north and south, because the driving range needs to hit to the south for the winter months because of just to help with the weather and the climate. So we've actually looked at, like Ryan said, we spent quite a few years on this, developing some other parts of it, but I just lost my train of thought because it's really late for me. I get up early, and this is way past time for me to be speaking intelligently, actually. So, but anyways, we've done a lot of different sites. We've looked at a lot of different sites, and we've actually presented to the city of Sun Prairie, the city of Madison, and the town of Windsor.
Were any of the sites that you located or viewed, were they
were they all just inappropriate, or were there any other reasons why you didn't choose a different site, just out of curiosity?
There were a couple, definitely. I mean, some of it had to do with other land and acquiring other land. Some of it had to do with direction. Some of it had to do with financing. So yeah, I mean, there's been a combination of several different factors in each individual site, including the two other ones that we were looking at in DeForest. And be completely honest, the first time that I really thought about this facility, I did not think about it at the sports complex. And it's really been, you know, the concept of buying into what the village is trying to do out there, at least in my vision, and what a great opportunity and partnership it could be. And so I guess our direction and vision has moved towards that location, because of what you guys have done that I think is incredible out there. So, yeah.
Thank you. Jim?
I guess I would add that, say the location I think is a little bit problematic as far as traffic getting to it. But what I've witnessed with our sports complex is it's a destination, the sports complex that's already there. And I've been happy to see some pretty large turnout at those sports complexes. And I think what's advantageous to this site is it has such good visibility to the interstate that I think just that alone will be enough of a draw that, I mean, I'm sure you'll be advertising, but you get free advertising with all the traffic that's going past on the interstate that will be turning around to get to your facility. And I want to add just a couple of things. I, like yourself, Rebecca, and maybe others, I haven't been privy to this information until just a few days ago, but I've reached out to a few individuals, and some of them golf a lot. And one of them in particular that I listened to, he's in some Prairie residence, and his comment back to me was, well, it's about time that we've got a legitimate driving range on the east side. So I think what you're proposing is really a draw for the whole region. So I think it's great that you've chosen DeForest, and I think we're going to be pulling people outside of DeForest to this driving range, and I'm sure that's the business plan too. I'm particularly interested, and I've mentioned this on Monday, I like the idea of having a potential music venue, which we don't have in DeForest. And I know I travel to different music venues, so I think that can be another additional draw. So I'm really excited about this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Tashidra?
First, I want to say thank you, both Bill and Ryan, for coming here tonight and presenting, and also being so patient. It is extremely late. So I just want to add that I really appreciated the presentation. I think that this site would be a great addition to DeForest and everything that it could bring. I do want to pause and just really take into consideration the different concerns that have come up. And I do appreciate that on this agenda, it's presentation and discussion. So we're not really making any decisions right now, which gives us more time to really listen to the voice of our community and really send the message that when they come and speak, we do pause and listen. And then at the end of the day, we do want to, as a board, make decisions that's best for the whole community while coming alongside of individuals that may not agree to what's going on. So I do appreciate this presentation, Ryan. You did a great job, but that's how I would move on this situation.
Thank you. Any other questions? Steve?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't approach this when we talked last week, but so there's been some discussion about some financial challenges and the recession and things like that. Are your previous projects in existence actually, or are they tumbleweeds and cobwebs?
I'll answer that one. Even even though I'm not involved, a great one is Northern Bay. Northern Bay was a huge project up in Adams County at Adams Friendship that my father was involved in. I was a golf professional up there. Somebody else had mentioned that. But that's several years, 12, almost 15 years removed now for myself. And what a cool place to get to go back to. I've been back there about 4 times now to play golf in that area. I've stayed over there once, and it's had its struggles, but it is continued to stay open and is getting to a point where I think they're getting financially comfortable. Obviously, I'm speaking for myself and not them, but that's just one example. I only know that one because I personally work there. My father can touch on any others, but that's just one that I had.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
To the best of my,
Go ahead, Bill.
to the best of my knowledge, all the facilities are still in operation. I can get into this much more in depth, but it really came down to what happened was with the banking crisis with Anchor and having a cease and desist order, which froze all of our construction loans, but we still had to service the debt, even though I couldn't sell the condos because I couldn't finish them because Anchor, the feds put a cease and desist order on them. So what happened is it's a chain reaction. Everything's cross-collateralized, and that Northern Bay project ended up having to turn over in lieu of my assisted living projects and my housing developments and my apartments. And then, so the banks took them to reduce what the debt was that was owed to them. So it was one project with Northern Bay that happened because of the banking crisis. Like I said, I'll go into it in great detail if you want, anytime. I don't think right now is appropriate time to talk about the actual dollars.
Absolutely. You've helped. It's really your vision, your plan. It does exist. I do know about Northern Bay, and people love it. I hear a lot about that. But thank you.
There's also a couple of assisted living projects that had TIF money involved in the development of them because we redid some old historical buildings, and all the TIF were paid. I mean, because the real estate taxes were still paid on the properties. And to the best of my knowledge, like I said, I haven't been to one of the projects in probably 10 years. But to the best of my knowledge, they are all still running because just with what I've talked with people in the industry, in the assisted living industry.
Thank you, Bill. We appreciate the struggles a lot of our developers and a lot of people went through in the 2008 period of time. And for you to have come through it and to still have the projects going is pretty remarkable. Thank you. Other questions on the project? If not, I want to thank you guys. I'm excited, along with Jim, to have a music venue, and they don't let me golf anywhere in the area, but I think it'll be great fun to have a mini golf that I might be able to do. So that's wonderful. We'll move on then. We are getting through our agenda. There are no ordinances to present, so we will move on to 10.1, Resolution 2021-065, a resolution authorizing the village president and clerk to execute a contract for internet and telephone service. Lou's not here. Do you know who's got that one, or are there any questions? There was information in your packet. Abby?
I think a couple of questions I had Luann answer in email. So the one that she couldn't answer through email, I'm wondering if Steve can. In Exhibit A, there's a table, and I'm assuming this is basically saying what we're paying for service. If you could tell me I'm correct with that, and then also, like, I don't know, how do I interpret that table?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, it lays out different terms, timeframes, number of phone systems, and the type of service you're asking for. So basically, if it's, we have 60 phone system and we do the mobility and what was that?
Mobility and management package.
Package, it amounted to $25 per phone per month. So that's what that table means.
Rebecca?
How does this compare to our current phone system? Payment wise and service wise?
I believe it's a little bit more expensive than the current phone system. The current phone system is, it's old.
I know it's
We're
old.
gonna keep the handsets, things like that. They still function fine. But it's becoming more and more obsolete. We also have a $150,000 grant from TDS as part of agreement that we can utilize toward any services that they provide to us over the next 3 years. So it's basically free for a number of years. We do have it in the budget because it come 3 years from now, if it's not in the budget, you're gonna have to be reaching out to the taxpayers and have increase. So we're gonna use that revenue for other things.
Okay.
It's in the budget. It's been planned. We're just now executing it.
Okay, Bill?
I can tell you, Rebecca, the phone system in the village has been a problem for 20 years. They've had they get a new system every 5 or 6 and it's outdated. And will this solve that problem? Or is it just for the service? You know, the switching and all that.
Well, phone systems do get old. It's just like any other technology. I think for the most part, every new system we've had, we've been pleased with until it gets a little bit old. So 5 to 7 years is about the average life. We got a professional here. I suppose we could let him talk.
Yeah.
A phone system will typically last, it used to last 20 years, the old key systems. Now they're just a piece of software. And oftentimes they're good for 5 years and then you'll have to reinvest almost the same amount of money, probably even a little more, to get the latest upgraded model. Not even it's the operating system, not model, operating system. So you're paying the same thing again every 5 years. We did that with this Mitel system 3-4 years ago. We extended that opportunity. The TDS solution, they're the phone system. They're taking care of the upgrades and the monitoring and not monitoring, upgrading it and making sure that there's new opportunities that are available to us, that those features and benefits can be passed on to us without us having to reinvest in 5 years in a whole new system.
And the one question I had was the outages that we experienced on and off over the last few months, will this help to take care of that?
Yes and no. So the phone outages, some of that could have been the switching. I don't know exactly what happened. I no longer work at TDS, obviously, but I know that on occasion there's some configurations that happen within the switch and how those calls interact with other carriers. So sometimes it was certain carriers that couldn't get through to us. With the system, at least it's at TDS, they had redundant servers. So there's a server that's over on the south side of Madison by channel 15. That's their primary server. And then they have redundant servers in Knoxville, Tennessee, that basically is the phone system. So if for whatever reason they can't get to here, it'll be answered there. And then if that's down, it'll go to Knoxville and get answered. And if Knoxville's down, there's probably bigger problems in America than we need to deal with a phone call.
Thank you. Any other questions? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion to approve. Jim?
I just make a motion to approve resolution 2021-065.
Second.
Abby, second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, 10.2, Resolution 2021-070, a resolution authorizing an application for funding from the American Rescue Plan. Steve, do you want to talk to this before we?
Sure, and Al likely will too. I've never been approached by so many governmental entities to make sure that we're signing up for this money. And personal phone calls from human beings. It's just been interesting. So they really want us to use this money and ask for this money and don't mess that up. So we by policy, not policy, procedure, always go to the board before we ask to apply for grant funds. There is some strings attached to that. Al has been looking into those. So we felt it best to come before this board before we draw down on our funds. So that's why it's in front of you today. There is some paperwork to sign. Staff and myself have been concerned about some of the things that still need to be done yet. And so we're looking for some level of commitment from this board in the future that before we spend this money, we take care of some business. And Al has other comments.
Yeah, the things that Steve's talking about that we have to do is comply with the program rules, which Carla was talking about. Some of those rules are going to require, I would say, minor adjustments to current practices and policies. A couple of examples, I think the Village Ethics Code covers 98% of the conflict of interest rules that the federal government requires for these types of grants. But there's a couple little gaps. The one example I could think of is if a board member's family member works for the contractor or might be getting a job at the contractor, they'd be disqualified from acting on the contract. Not serious things, that anybody would really have a big objection to, but I don't think that particular scenario would be adequately covered in the rules you have in place. So some adjustment to those policies would be necessary. You also have to have written procurement rules of how you go about soliciting bids for projects or proposals. And there's a whole bunch of parameters that have to be addressed. Again, that's simply a matter of putting together some what in most places would be fairly routine purchasing policies, and figuring out how you want to do that. You have some flexibility once you put those together. There's a set of default rules in the Code of Federal Regulations, but most of those rules you have some flexibility in adjusting the dollar amounts, for example, before you go to bid. And you need to come up with what works best for your village. That's something Steve and I would work on putting together. So knowing that those things will have to be done, the way the program basically works is you ask for the money, they give you the money. When you ask for the money, you're agreeing that before you spend the money, you're going to have all these things in place that have to be put in place. There's a lot of there are reporting requirements that haven't even been written yet. Treasury Department still has to figure out what their reporting system is going to be. So that system will have to be put in place, but we'll need to be, if you're going to ask for the money, just know that you're going to have to do some adjustments like that in order to actually spend the money rather than give it back.
So tonight, what you're asking us to do is approve request of the funds, and with the understanding that before we spend the funds, we need to adopt some additional policies and procedures and get some better understanding. But if we don't approve requesting the funds, we won't get them.
If you don't ask for the funds by, I think it's Friday, you won't get the funds.
Okay.
So you're better off making the application and giving all the funds back if it comes to that. But I think the things that have to be done, I'm really more giving you a heads up that some things have to be done rather than suggesting that they're anything significant.
Okay. Good. Question? Yes.
I'd like to move that we approve this resolution.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Rebecca, a second by Tashidra. Jim?
Just one question. Yeah, you mentioned that one of the things might be a procurement. And I'm just wondering, is that procurement for the use of these funds, or will it reach outside of this to the village? And does that include like limiting our single source or requiring a low bid?
It's any money that you spend from this grant has to be spent through a procurement process. So that if you contract for somebody to build a house, that contract has to be put out to bids or go through some other process to get the best price for the federal money. So it all depends on what you're doing. I mean, you may be doing some things that you're hiring somebody to provide a service. For example, Carla said some municipalities are hiring somebody just to administer this program. You would have to do some sort of selection process that allows a bunch of people to make a proposal to provide that service, and then you through your procedures would come up with a selection of the one to hire based on price and experience and other things like that.
And what I'm hearing from you, I think it'd be a good procedure to get listed out, but it's not reaching past this grant. It's not requiring it of our other funds.
Right. Just about any expenditure of federal grant money is going to require this. So you'll have it in place for the next time you get a federal grant, but no, your general operations aren't going to be affected by that if it's not using federal money.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, 10.3, Resolution 2021-071, a resolution terminating the state of emergency in the village of DeForest.
Motion to approve?
Abby made a
Second.
and Tashidra seconded it. Question?
Hasn't it expired?
No.
No, after the emergency declaration, there was a resolution adopted which gave specific powers, emergency powers to the police chief and the administrator. Those resolutions expired, but the declaration of the emergency never expires. It lasts until the board determines that it doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. Resolution 2021-072, a resolution approving the extension of the existing memorandum of agreement with the Village of DeForest. Michelle.
Hi, I did a brief memo on this, but if there's any questions, if anyone has any questions at this point, I'd love to answer them.
Al?
If I could just clarify, the title on that was changed to refer to a memorandum agreement with the Community Development Authority of the Village of DeForest. That's changed on the resolution.
Yeah, the resolution's right, yeah. Thanks, Al.
Did everyone hear that? Okay. Rebecca, what?
I would move that we
Approve it?
approve this.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Rebecca, a second by Colleen. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. 10.5, a resolution approving the submittal of the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources NR 208 Compliance Maintenance Annual Report. Steve.
Yeah, I have a 20-minute no, I have nothing.
Motion to table. Good one, Rebecca. You're on, Steve.
The information, I think, got out to you. It's something we do every year. It's kind of a goofy report. We just did not receive the information and it got stuck in our firewall. So
We're A+, right?
we're A. We're as high as we can get. We're doing quite fine. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Rebecca, second by Abby. Any further discussion or questions? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Nothing with the check register. The minutes and commission and board reports were in your packets. Steve, do you have anything for the public affairs report?
No.
Okay. I would ask for updates then. Bill, do you have anything from the library?
The summer concerts are ramping up, and you didn't read it in the paper last week. You missed free publicity for the library. I think next week we're going to talk about getting more programs on board.
Good. Public safety, Tashidra?
The only update is that we will be meeting in person going forward.
Okay. Community and Senior Center, Abby?
Yeah, well, we also just had our audit, went pretty well. Let me see here. There was just one thing that they pointed out, kind of similar to what was pointed out for the village audit, just that the DeForest Area Community and Senior Center doesn't keep track of depreciation or PTO accrual. Well, they do, but it's not, usually they need the auditor to help at the end of the year. Gosh, I hope this is making sense. Oh, long night. And then also in terms of general financials for the center, they're in a pretty good shape, surprisingly. It's mostly because this last year with COVID, expenses were down, you know, the center wasn't, I guess, as vibrant as action as it usually is. And they were really careful to like turn off lights, you know, when they obviously didn't need them, things like that. And then they were also fortunate to have some really solid donations from people that passed away or their states. And of course, the municipal contributions also helps with revenue. And then we also had officer elections for both the DeForest Area Community and Senior Center and the Half Century Club. For the center, Bruce Stravinsky from Windsor elected as president, myself as vice president, and then Steve from Vienna as the secretary treasurer. And then very similar for the Half Century Club, except for Bruce and I switched. I'm the president and he's the vice president. So,
Thank you. Congratulations. All right, Community Development Authority. Rebecca, do you want to do that one?
I thought it was a pretty good meeting. We had the presentation by, it's been a long
Baker
night.
Tilly.
Thank you. Yes, we also decided to meet in person again, doing the hybrid method. Other than that, I'm trying to think if there was anything else significant. Do you remember anything else?
No, and the Baker Tilly is helping us to look at financial and infrastructure issues around 509.
Yeah.
Public housing. And indeed, they're also a second piece is going on with Baker Tilly, and they're looking at Jefferson Square. I always want to say Thomas Jefferson. I know that's not right.
Yeah,
So
they did a good presentation. It was very helpful.
good. All right. DeForest Fire EMS, Colleen. Wake up.
We met in person. We are continuing to meet in person. Budget is right on track, as usual, understaffed. Always discussion about the cost and how we would staff a second station, but nothing definitive.
Thank you. All right. I don't have an update from Dane County cities and villages unless, I don't know that there was anything too major. We are going to convene into closed session, so I would ask Callie to call the roll. We need a motion. Sorry, we need a motion to convene into closed session.
I'd like to make a motion to convene into closed session.
Tashidra made the motion. Is there a second? Colleen made the second. So will you call roll, Callie?
Trustee Little. Trustee Simpson. Trustee Witherspoon.
Aye.
Trustee Allen.
Aye.
Trustee Langraff.
Aye.
Trustee Lowry.
Aye.
President Cahill Wolfgram.
All right.
I'm green.
I'm green.
Oh.
All right, can we continue? Resolution 2021-067, a resolution authorizing the village president and clerk to execute a development agreement with Pin Seekers to Forest LLC for golf and entertainment facility. So I would entertain a motion regarding this matter. Rebecca?
I would move that we table this until the next regular village board meeting.
The July 6th meeting.
Correct.
I'll second that.
Steve?
Yes, directing, I would like to amend my motion. Okay.
Okay.
You have direction.
Does it need to be public?
All right. Well, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We have one no vote and an abstention. All right. Motion carries 5-1-1. Right? Okay.
No. You don't have, well, you can.
I was ready to approve the resolution. I was personally ready to approve the resolution, and I understand why the board wishes to extend the time to give some additional thought in public outreach. But I personally was willing to accept the motion as written, or resolution as written. Thank you.
Thank you. I was with you, but for the comfort of the board, I agree we'll take the time to the next meeting, but I'm very supportive of this project.
I think that comment would help clarify what happened. Yep.
Okay.
Question. Just, do we need to put the direction in the record or not? Oh, okay.
Okay. So I know that Judd is ready to run out the door, but I would ask for any other business that lawfully comes before the board.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We're adjourned.
Great work tonight, guys. Rebecca, I called you today and didn't hear back.
I didn't get it.
I need to chat with you about some additional things that were raised.